Okay, we're just waiting on a couple board members, and then we will get started. So let's give it like 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's get started. Welcome to the March 18th, 2022 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the chairman of the ZBA. First off, happy St. Patrick's Day to those of you celebrating or taking part in any of Chicago's traditions. If you go downtown or have any version of social media, you've likely seen Chicago's river dyed bright green this week. I learned from NPR that the tradition started in 1962 as an effort to clean up the city's riverfront. Basically, the green dye helped the city to spotlight where nasty waste and sewage in the river was rooting from. Without much data on the success of that original goal, we continue to dye our river green every year as another quirky, fun Chicago tradition. With that essential Chicago fact, let's start the day. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on March 4th, 2022, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until April 4th, 2022. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I'm making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I'm making a determination that pursuant to Section 7E5, that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, promulgated first by my predecessor, now by me, and these are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, Any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those of you who do not regularly appear before the board, I'm going to go over a few things for those of you participating in the meeting. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to a panelist. Please accept that promotion. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Number three, if you are here in opposition or support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Number four, once you're all set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number five, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. This is at all times, including right now. Number six, note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that two people do not speak at the same time. You might see us muting someone if that happens. Number seven, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. I'm going to repeat that. If you're an active participant in this meeting, do not watch the live stream in tandem. Number eight, make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. Number nine, if an applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent hearing. Number 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Okay, Commissioner Saul.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Great. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toya.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Great, I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of last month's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I am a yes. They are approved as distributed. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes. The agenda has been approved. Okay, so now let's take continuances and withdrawals. I have some listed, and raise your hand if you would like to speak. I'm going to go down my list first, and then we'll open the floor. So first up is calendar number 93-22-Z.
Good morning. I don't know if that's my issue. Is that my item? It was a lag time.
No, let me see. Are you located?
Alvin, I'm sorry.
Are you located at, sorry, it's 92-22-Z, typo in the script. So are you located at 1054 West Oakdale?
No, that's not me.
Okay. Well, then we will get to you. Just give us a second.
Hi, Chairman.
Hi, Counselor.
Hi, my name is Jimena Castro. For the record, I'm an attorney at Acosta Esgar, and I'd like to ask the matter at 1054 West Oakdale to be continued. My colleague Rolando Acosta, who is the main attorney on the case, is undergoing a medical procedure at this moment right now, and he would like to ask for me to ask on his behalf to continue the matter and to also allow us to resolve any issues with any of the neighbors and to engage in further conversation. I would respectfully like to ask for the matter to be continued for next month.
Great, thank you, Counselor. And yes, we were aware of this one, and we will be continuing this one until our April meeting,
Thank you.
which is, let me make sure I get this date right because of the holiday. It's April 22nd, 2022. No further notice will be given, and we wish the best to Rolando. Hopefully a speedy recovery today.
Thank you so much.
Yep, of course. Great. So everyone, again, for the record, 92-22-Z is being continued to April 22nd, 2022. No further notice will be given.
Do I need to officially say anything? Because I'm here about the same matter, but I agree to the.
So I apologize. You can,
That's okay.
if you'd like to.
I don't need to say anything. I just wanted to make sure it was, they wanted me on the record that I was here.
Perfect. Okay, and just to be fair, are you objecting on the record?
I am.
Okay. Yep. Good. Well, we will see you next month. Again, no further notice will be given, but and your name is Laura Martin, correct?
It is. Yep.
Okay. Perfect. We'll see you April 22nd.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. How about calendar number 97-22-S?
Chairman, this is Victor. On behalf of the department, Nancy is not with us as of yet. She had requested revised drawings that were not received. So she does not have a recommendation prepared. And as you know, all special uses require a recommendation to be issued by the department. So the department is going to be requesting a continuance for this matter. And the attorney is Talar Barbarian, and she is present.
Great. Counselor, so if you're on, just let us
I am
know.
on. Good
Great.
morning. Yes, we're working with our client to provide a floor plan. This is an existing parking structure, and our client is simply an operator, not the developer, so they didn't have plans in hand, and so we're working on producing some plans that will satisfy the department, before hopefully we're up next.
Great. Okay. Then again, everyone, this is calendar number 97-22-S. Per our standard procedure, we're going to be continuing this to the May meeting, which will be on May 20th, 2022. And no further notice will be given. Thank you, Counselor, and we'll see you up later today. Okay, how about anyone for calendar numbers 485-221, sorry, 485-21-Z and 486-21-Z.
John Pekarsky.
Morning, John, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Yes, I'm respect an extension of this matter. Our client has strike that our original architect has added additional architectural support and is pursuing a new application for a permit. The application for permit does not contain any other variations except the ones that we are seeking. However, the permit has not been reviewed by the zoning department, so we would respectfully request that this matter be continued. We have, of course, counseled with the alderman, and our client as to this matter.
Okay, thanks, Counselor. And just to confirm, do you think you'd be ready in May, or would you like to go to June?
June would be fine.
For these calendar numbers 485-21-Z and 486-21-Z, let's go to June 17th, 2021. Sorry, 2022. Forget what year it is. And no further notice will be given on these.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Counselor. See you today. All right, let's go to calendar number 13-22-S.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name, for the record, is Tom Moore. This is a gas station that started out with one plan, and after hearing a whole series of changes that Nancy and the planning department would like to see, we had a meeting with her, and the architects are redoing. It changes the whole scope and direction of the project and expense of it. And anyway, they've reworked it, but there's some engineering, and there's curb cuts, and there's all sorts of additional aspects to it. And so the plans have to be reviewed by CDOT. And anyway, they need more time.
Great, thanks, Counselor. How much more time do you expect?
Well, I would think the 2-month thing would be appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, then let's put this in May. So again, everyone, 13-22-S, we're going to hear on May 20th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
13.
All right, and now we've got 11-22-S, which I believe Al Ryder, we have you on for, correct?
Yes, Chairman and members, thank you for having me. Alvin Ryder for the record, Alderman Michelle Harris, 8th Ward. The Alderman would like to respectfully continue this based on some public comments and some other issues she is not clear about. So if that would be okay, she would like to just continue this matter.
Great. Is anyone on from the applicant for 11-22-S? This is at 9155 South Stony.
Yes, Chairman, it's Nick Fatikas on behalf of the applicant. So we are ready to proceed. We'd ask for the shortest possible continuance date and leave it at your discretion.
Okay, yeah. Alvin, do you think, I mean, how much time do you think? So you want to talk to the applicant, you want to talk to the community. What else is the elder person looking to do?
Just to have some conversation, some things she's not clear about. So whatever the shortest next continuance is, it's up to you, Chairman. So just have a quick conversation with some community members and the applicant, and then we could resolve it.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm looking into something. Okay. Okay, so this one, because we know the background here, we're gonna put this in our April meeting. So again, this is calendar number 11-22-S. We will hear it on April 22nd, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is anyone else on to request a continuance or a withdrawal of an application?
Mr. Chairman, this is Chris Leach. I am on matter 32-22-S, which is the last matter on page 7.
Yep.
The applicant's 1010 West Madison Partners LLC. We are still working with the Department of Planning and CDOT on our ground floor plan. and it has not been worked out to their satisfaction yet. So we would ask for a 2-month continuance as well.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. And we will grant that 2-month continuance. So again, for everyone, that's 32-22-S. We're going to hear May 20th, 2022. And I know that we had some objectors at least noted to be on for this matter. I just promoted a Susan Boggy. Susan, are you here for this 32?
No, actually, I'm here for 81-22-Z.
Okay, let me circle right back to you. I'll come right back to you.
Yeah.
Is anyone on for 32-22-S?
So you know, Mr. Chairman, there's our 2 neighbors who we've been talking with. I did let them know that I was going to be requesting a continuance so that they were aware of it. I don't know if they're on this morning or not, but I did let them know.
Okay, that's great. I just thank you for that, Counselor. I just want to make sure, since especially this was going to be last in our order. I hate the thought of someone hanging out with us all day and then not knowing what's happening. So
I understand.
Good. Okay, so 32-22-S. We'll hear May 20th, 2022.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thanks. Okay, now Ms. Boggy, I'll go to you.
Hi, my name is Susan Bogey, and I am here on behalf of Williamsburg Gardens Homeowners Association,
Okay.
Which is next door but one to the 1810 to 1820 North Wells building. And then I'm also representing the Lincoln Alley neighbors, whose president, Kathy Roche, is out of town.
Okay.
And we are asking you to postpone the zoning variance application to reduce the setback for 1810 to 1820 North Wells. We were promised by Alderman Smith that a CDOT study would be completed prior to this hearing. The CDOT study has not yet been completed, and I don't even think it's been started yet. Alderman Smith's office said, well, several people in her office had sat outside of our alley for short times looking at the number of people, but that's not an official CDOT study. We have an alley that has 90-degree turns that make traffic very difficult. And by granting this zoning variance, we would have, the developer would be able to build more units. That would be more traffic. And this is something that is a danger to the children in our neighborhood, because there are a lot of pedestrians who walk the alley and a lot of children. You'll see basketball hoops above garages.
Okay, and Miss Bogey, I'm just going to cut you off because I think we're in continuances, so I think we don't get into any substance during continuances. I want to hash out the request for continuance, and I think we have someone from the alderperson's office on. So let me get that as well as the attorney.
Chairman, was this 81-22 or 82?
It's 81, comma.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Talar, are you still on?
I just promoted her, Chairman. She's coming.
Great. And also someone from Alderperson Smith's office.
This is Taylor Nessie from Alderman Smith's office, Chairman.
I'm on as well, Mr. Chairman. This is Talar Barbarian.
Great. Okay, whichever of you would like to go first, I'd like to just hear something from both of you.
Sure, Taylor, go ahead.
Responding to the matter of the traffic study that hasn't been conducted, that is ongoing from CDOT, has been requested by us. We've been in communication with the applicant, with the developer, and with the community. We have sent out staff to conduct a traffic study and have CDOT officials working on it right now. I could have my Director of Infrastructure Services speak more to that, but the alderman does not seek a continuance of this matter. is not opposed to moving forward.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can just add, this project has been in the entitlement process since May of 2019. We have had several meetings with the community group, Old Town Triangle, throughout the entitlement process. We have had several meetings with the Alderman's office throughout the entitlement process, and the objector has indicated that the variation requested would allow the establishment of more units at this property. That is not true. The requested continuance is for a variation for just 10 feet of a 109-foot property line. And it's really a very small ask that will not impact the development with respect to density or the number of parking spaces, the number of people driving in that alley. So we, we've been at this for since 2019, May 2019. And, this is our last step, God willing, before permitting. And we think that a continuance is completely inappropriate given the nature of the variation request.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to promote two other people raising their hands. I do want to note, this is the continuance portion of our meeting. We do not get into substance. So if you're raising your hand because you have something substantive to say that doesn't relate to the continuance, we can't hear that right now. So promoting you right now.
Hello.
Hi, Chris. If you could state your name and let us know why you're here.
I'm Chris Lamort. I'm at 217 West Menominee. I live, and I'm also a member of the same association as Sue Bogie. Continuation is important in this matter because during our last meeting with the aldermen, it was stated that no further development would take place until this traffic study was completed. It doesn't make sense to start a traffic study and then continue on with the next phase of development, whether it's a variance or whatever it is. This was told to us that it would be done. So why don't we just wait until it's done so we all have a good idea of what it means for the neighborhood?
Okay, there was one other person that I promoted that I'd like to hear from as well. Let's see if they're still on.
Yeah, my name is Ratchet Dingra. I'm the immediate neighbor of 1808 North Wells. Well, 1806, I think it's 1810 where the construction's going. I agree with Susan totally. The traffic study has to be done. The alley is extremely narrow. They're 90-degree angles, and we need to postpone this. Mr. Harvard has, gotten a status of, non-historic district. We did a renovation on our house. We had to go through hoops to get it. He was able to overcome that. And now and also the extension in the back is going to directly impact our courtyard with light, with windows looking into our courtyard. So this is a bigger problem. I think he's trying to get extra square footage to basically make his project more economic feasible. And I don't want to get into the details of it because you're looking into the continuation, but If you look at the variance, I mean, it's not in compliance with the neighborhood. All the variances.
Okay, we're getting super into substance right now. So I'm going to cut you off. Again, if anyone else is speaking on the continuance, let us know. And if not, I just want to go back to the alderperson's office for a second to ask if there's any idea of when the CDOT study might come in. And I also want to note, for zoning board of appeals purposes, we do not require a CDOT study. So Taylor, if you could say when the CDOT study was requested or applied for and when it's expected to come in.
The CDOT study results are expected in the next few days. And as you have mentioned, the CDOT study is not required for the ZBA. So we plan on making a special note of what CDOT determines along with our staff observations to the Department of Buildings for the final permitting process, which is independent of this procedure here at the ZBA. But
Okay, you got cut off a little at the end. I don't know if that's just on my end. But I think we got it. So Counselor, you go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as I said, we have been at this for several months now. The condition of the alley has been discussed at length. In fact, at one point, the developer offered to widen the alley where the neighbors are complaining that it is narrow. However, that was rejected because of competing interest, which is that the neighborhood also did not want this non-contributing building in the district to be demolished to a greater extent than we are proposing. So this has been spoken about, hashed out, and discussed at length. More importantly, however, is that the proposed density and the proposed parking count are permitted as of right with or without this variation. So what is being discussed here today has absolutely no bearing on the number of cars that will be permitted to come in and out of that alley. It's not relevant, frankly, to the discussion of the variation.
Okay, and thanks, Counselor. And the only other person I'm going to go to, because I think we heard on the continuance from a few people who have their names or their hands raised, is Diane Gonzalez. Diane, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Diane, what brings you here?
I too request a continuance. I think it's correct to say that we've had many meetings, but it's also correct to say that the issue hasn't been resolved. We're not going into details. All we're asking for is a continuance. I've lived at 218 West Menominee on this alley for 48 years come June. I think I could give you an informal traffic study, which I won't because it's inappropriate, but it's also inappropriate to say that this is irrelevant. This is very, very relevant to us neighbors. And we're looking at you commissioners to help us with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And no one said anything was irrelevant, just so we're clear. Okay, so Taylor, I know you noted that this traffic study might come out within like the next couple of days. What I want to do here, because the traffic study has been ordered, is to give the 1 month continuance. I think it will clear up a lot of issues down the line, or potential issues. So again, this is an expedited continuance. We're going to let the traffic study come in, and let's hear this matter on April 22nd, 2022. No further notice will be given. And I know a lot of work has already gone into this one. It's been going on for a while. I just always ask, within that 1 month period, please try to clear up as much as possible before coming in front of us, at which time we'll be happy to hear from all parties.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you. So again, this is calendar number 81-22-Z, and we're going to hear it on April 22nd, 2022.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thanks everyone. Enjoy your weekends.
You too.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so any other requests for continuances or withdrawals? All right. Okay, let's move into call. So we're starting the day with calendar number 46-22-Z. And this is at 1323 East Hyde Park Boulevard. So Counselor Kingsley, let us know when you're present. Oh, I see you, Counselor. I think we're just having some sound issues.
Yeah, hi, this is Adam Kingsley. Do you have Ms. Ward also promoted? Marshall Ward?
Let's get a look.
She's on the phone.
Is she the 312804? number?
She may be. She said she was having video problems, so was going to call in on the phone.
Yep,
I think that's her number.
Great. She has permission to talk, so we'll just need her to press *9.
*6 to unmute.
*6, sorry.
Okay, let me tell her that just by text. And I believe our architect here is also, if necessary, Michael Pagan.
Yeah, let's see if we got Michael.
All right, I'm just telling Ms. Ward how to.
Hi, this is Marcia
okay.
Ward. I'm present.
Michael Pagan is also present.
Great. Are you ready for us, Commissioner?
Ready. Take it away, Counselor.
Great. All right. So this is Ms. Ward's house at 1323 East Hyde Park Boulevard. As you can see, it is a row house. It's actually an 1892 building, and it's 3 attached units. Ms. Ward lives in the middle unit, and as you can see, there is no side setback, or the building was created with no side setback when it was built. She wants to
I apologize. This is the court reporter. Mr. Kingsley went out. Is it just me?
No, it's me as well. Mr. Kingsley, your sound went totally out. While he's figuring that out, I'll just note, we always note if anyone's here for objection on this matter, please raise your hand.
You guys hear me?
Yes, now we can.
I had changed my audio device, which I'm not going to do. Anyway, she wants to expand her the back of her house to give herself some more square footage in the back. Obviously, there's no side setback right now, and the way she wants to do it would essentially match the existing parameters. You can see that what you see to the left on that picture is her neighbor. Her neighbor actually got a variation back in 2005, similar to what she's looking for, and has already expanded out into the back. And so she's basically just looking to match what her neighbor did and extend out into the back. That little area you see in the middle is actually going to be taken out, and her extension in the back is going to look more like her neighbor's extension.
Okay, great.
Seeing a picture of the back again, that's going to be coming forward towards us for about 10 feet.
Thanks. And Counselor, before we go to questions, can you get your witnesses on and the applicant, and I'll have them sworn in?
Sure. Marcia and Mike.
I'm on. This is Marcia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Marcia. So will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. It's Marcia, middle initial M, last name Ward, 1323 East Hyde Park Boulevard, Chicago.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay, and I'll swear in Michael as well. Michael Pagan, will you state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Michael Pagan. My address is 426 Shadow Creek Drive, Palos Heights, Illinois, 60463.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great.
All right, and the only other thing I want to say is that we did get a letter of support from Alderman King yesterday, and that was forwarded to the ZBA early this morning.
Okay, great. Counselor, do you have any questions for your applicant or witness, or can you just have them, swear to their affidavit in the record? If
Yes,
not,
so the affidavit is in the record. Marcia, you submitted an affidavit in this, and everything you said in there is true and correct, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay. Questions from the board?
I just have a question. What is the practical difficulty or hardship that we're dealing with here?
Well, there couldn't be an extension. We're looking, I'm sorry, I didn't articulate it. We're looking for side yard setbacks. So any extension that match the current building would have no side yard setbacks. So that's a variation. And without the side yard setbacks, the extension really couldn't be built.
And Counselor, just to confirm, so you're not building back any further than the neighbor already has, right?
Correct. And we're not taking any rear setback extensions. We're fine. We're going to be fine in the rear, and we are going to match the neighbor's extension.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Ward, thank you for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to jump to calendar number 80-22-S. Before I have the Department of Planning and Development read their recommendation on this one, just want to note, if you're here to object on this matter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. I believe that Jeanette Velasquez is on to read this rec. So Jeanette, if you're on, can you please state your name and your role?
Yes, my name is Jeanette Velasquez, and excuse me, I'm a project coordinator for the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I am here on behalf of Nancy Reschwitz and the Department of Planning and Development to read the department's recommendation letter into the record. Can I do that now, or?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay,
in as much as it's applicable, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Okay, go right ahead. Thanks, Jeanette.
Okay, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design, operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have a Kaya Thomas on?
Yes.
Hi, Kaya. Will you state your name and address, please?
Kaya's Enhancements, 7838 Southwestern Avenue.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay, what brings you here today?
I was calling because, here today because I was in need of a special use to have a hair salon within this location. I was informed because that there were another salon within 1,000 feet that I would be in need of it, and the establishment will be a great asset, to the community, to the area and things like that. I would believe that it'll be a great help.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about your background in the industry?
Oh, I have like a 15-year background within the industry. I started doing cosmetology and being a stylist like from a child since I was 14 years old, from hair competitions to just active community service with different schools to give back to people. I have worked in numerous of salons. I have partnered with a lot of people with building brands, establishing themselves, helping them expand their businesses also within the styling community.
Thank you. And is it correct that you intend to have a couple of employees?
Yes.
What will their roles be?
A receptionist, an assistant, and a natural stylist and a hair braider.
Great. And what are your intended hours?
My intended hours is just 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Monday through Friday? Or
yes, I'm sorry. Monday through Saturday.
Monday through Saturday. Closed on Sundays?
Closed on Sundays.
Okay. Great. Any questions from the board? Okay, Kaya, thank you very much for your time today, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Yep, enjoy your week.
You too.
The 82-22-Z is up next. This is at 2655 West Monroe. And again, if there's any objectors on for this matter, please just let us know. And Counselor, when you're ready, go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Sabrina Harrell on behalf of the applicant Lotus Property Group LLC. A manager of the applicant and an individual from the architect's office are present or should be present to testify. Can you confirm if they're on?
Yeah, so we're looking for Shreya Singh. Yes.
Hi, Shreya
Yes.
Singh is here.
Hi. And then Powell.
Janet?
Yeah. We're looking for Powell Janik. Is Powell, there's someone as their hand raised named Anna.
I believe Anna is the expediter.
Okay.
She's not on our witness list, but possibly, maybe she wants to update us on maybe Mr. Janik.
Great. I promoted her.
Yes,
So
yes.
Anna, if you're on.
Yes, hi. This is Anna Lukasik. I'm with the architect next to me. So it's under my name.
Oh, great. Okay, good. Then Counselor, I think we've got everyone we need.
Wonderful. Well, the applicant seeks a variation to reduce the off-street parking requirements from 4 spaces to 3 spaces for the purpose of constructing 4 dwelling units on the vacant lot that is shown. Anna, you're going to be testifying for Mr. Janik?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the affidavit that was submitted by the architect is on the architect of record, Helen Latak. So can you confirm that you are working under the architect of record?
Yes.
And the design is to build 4 new dwelling units?
And sorry, I'm realizing I need to swear Anna in.
Oh,
So
correct.
Anna, will you state your name and address, please?
Anna Lukasik, 8642 South Menard, Burbank, Illinois 60459.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
apologize.
Counselor, go. No, go ahead, Counselor. Yeah.
This is the court reporter. I'm sorry. Can I have Miss Anna please spell her last name?
Lukasszczyk.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor, sorry to cut you off. Go ahead and we'll swear Miss Singh in when we get to her.
Okay, great. Okay, and Anna, can you confirm that the lot size is 25 feet by 125 feet?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you confirm that parking will occur off of the alley in the rear?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and your design is to construct 4 dwelling units, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on July 23rd, 2021, there was a zoning amendment amending the zoning from M1-2 to RM-5, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And due to the lot size, the maximum number of parking spaces that you could design on the lot is 3 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, the way the house is designed, there is no possible way to fit 4 parking spaces.
Okay. And from viewing neighboring properties within a 2-block radius, you discovered that there are some multi-unit buildings that have far fewer parking spaces than the number of dwelling units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no further questions for Anna. Can Ms. Singh sworn in unless anyone has any questions for Anna?
Yeah, let's go to Ms. Singh and then we'll circle back for questions. So Ms. Singh, will you state your name and address?
My name is Shreya Singh, and I live at 2711 West Polk Street, Unit 3, Chicago, Illinois 60612.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Singh, can you confirm that you are a manager for Lotus Property Group, the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, and that you filed on behalf of Lotus, you filed this application for the variance?
Yes.
And prior to this zoning variance application, you filed for a zoning amendment solely for the purpose of rezoning from M1-2 to RM-5 for the sole purpose of constructing 4 dwelling units?
Yes.
Okay. And that application, the zoning amendment application, was granted on July 23rd, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the reason why you requested that zoning amendment last year was because otherwise the project would not be financially feasible if you could only construct 3 dwelling units. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you did submit an economic analysis to the zoning board supporting and confirming that the project would not be financially feasible with 3 dwelling units. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions for Ms. Singh.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. May I ask the applicant how many other 4 dwelling unit buildings there are on this block?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Okay, so right on the corner, there is a building, I believe it's 12 units, and it has no parking spaces. There is also some new construction across the street. I believe they're all 3 dwelling units. So around the corner, if you look, if you come down to, I'm sorry, right there at the corner, if you come down, you see that larger building,
Yes.
and there's no parking for that building.
And do any of the 4 or more unit buildings, are any of the 4 or more unit buildings set on a standard lot, such as the one the applicant owns?
I'm not sure. Anna, can you confirm?
I wouldn't know about that either. I didn't check the whole block.
I can say that the neighboring property right next door to 2655 West Monroe is 2 dwelling units, and there's a single parking space. It's a single car garage.
And has the applicant had any communication with the adjacent neighbors about the proposed development?
Yes, I can speak to that. I worked with the East Garfield Park Council and Alderman Burnett to host a community meeting. There was one neighbor who attended the community meeting and was affirmative of my proposed development plan.
Thank you.
What is parking like in the area? Is there, would you say, is there sufficient parking? Are you close to transit?
Yes, the California Green Line station is probably, half a mile away from this location, and there's ample street parking available.
Okay. Did you consider just doing a 3 dwelling unit building?
I did evaluate it. I've built 3 buildings that have 3 units. But right now, with the rise in construction costs, it makes sense to do 4 units at this site.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Singh, we'll take this under consideration, and we thank everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, enjoy the weekend.
You too.
Let's move to calendar number 83-22-S. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation as Counselor Sarah Barnes gets situated. And if there is anyone here to object on this matter, raise your hand and we'll get to promote him. Okay, so the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Are you ready for me?
I'm ready if you're ready.
All right, perfect. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. For the record, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm super happy to be here today on behalf of the applicant, Allison Ray Shadid, as well as we have with us here today our much esteemed MAI certified appraiser, Joseph Ryan. I believe both Ms. Shadid and Mr. Ryan are joining us virtually. So Mr. Chairman, if you would like to go ahead and get them sworn in maybe before we start.
Hello?
Yep. Hi, Ms. Shadid. Will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Allison Ray Shadid and I'm at 2952 West Belmont Avenue.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, Joe Ryan, you there?
I am, Chairman.
Will you state your name and address?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, Joe. And we acknowledge your expertise based off of many past experiences.
Thank you.
In front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here today seeking a special use to reestablish a hair salon in the existing single storefront of this two-story mixed-use building. Ms. Shadid has executed a long-term lease to occupy that single storefront. And we are appearing before the board here today with the informed and express consent and support of the property owner, Ms. Shadid's landlord. Once more, we are seeking a special use, and that's to reestablish a single stylist hair salon within that subject storefront. The reason why I say reestablish is because the prior tenant, believe it or not, was also a hair salon. So good news is this will not require, if it is approved, it will not require a whole lot of work to be done to the interior of the building to allow for its reactivation. Prior to the submission of our application, both myself and Ms. Shadid reached out to Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, as well as to the Avondale Chamber of Commerce. And we are happy to advise that we have the support of both the Alderwoman and the Chamber as we sit here today. So with no further ado, unless there's some early preliminary questions, I would just like to get Ms. Shadid on the record. Thank you. Ms. Shadid.
Hi.
Hi. You're a licensed cosmetologist here in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Yes.
And you actually have over 21 years of experience in the hairstyling industry. Is that also correct?
Yes, I've been licensed since 2002.
Awesome. And in that over 20 years of experience, you've acquired several specializations, certifications, and even a few honors. Is that right?
Yes. I am Vidal Sassoon cutting certified, which I got a scholarship for from winning the Hairdressers at Heart competition through the Wella company. I'm also Diva Curl certified, which means I can just work with all textures of hair. I'm also Safe in My Chair certified, which just kind of helps stylists learn the correct verbiage and ways around pronouns and sensitivity for trans people or LGBTQIA community. And just making sure everyone feels comfortable no matter what haircut they choose, no matter who they are. And yeah.
That's awesome. I found that to be truly unique that you obtain those additional certifications. So thank you. Towards that end, you started your career back, like you said, around 2002 here in Chicago at a salon in Bucktown. And then you moved away to Seattle for a little while where you opened your own salon. Is that right?
Yes, I had a salon in an old 50s Airstream trailer.
Awesome. So you've owned and managed your own salon in the past?
Yes.
Perfect. And then you and your husband relocated back here to Chicago, and you actually live pretty close to the subject property. Is that right?
Yep, we are in Avondale, and our son also goes to school in the neighborhood also.
Amazing. And in an effort to continue to service your book of clients and hopefully gain some more clients, with everybody's just evolving sentiments, you wanted to open your own salon again where you could provide more private services for your clients. Is that true?
Yes.
And that's what you would like to do at the subject property. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. And then just real quickly, operational wise, you operate by appointment only. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
For now, especially during COVID and seeing what happens in the future.
And towards that end, depending on the state and the local restrictions and regulations involving COVID, you are always completely compliant with those. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect. And your hours of operation to begin at least will be Tuesday through Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Is that right?
More like 10 to 7. Not that late, but yeah, 10 to 7.
Okay. On a special occasion, you might have to expand that a little bit.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. I have, just one more question for you or confirmation. Prior to these proceedings, you were provided with findings of fact as well as an affidavit. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were generally made in those documents?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have no further questions for Ms. Shadid. We're happy to entertain any though, if there are any right now.
Any questions from the board?
All right. Then I will just get Mr. Ryan on super quick.
Good.
Mr. Ryan, you were retained by the applicant in order to evaluate whether or not the proposed hair salon at this subject property meets all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to evaluate the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, and make those determinations?
Yes, I did.
And those opinions and the findings of that evaluation, you set those forth in a expert report, written report that was tendered to the board prior to the proceeding. Is that true?
That's correct. Yes.
And was it your final determination? And in your expert opinion, Mr. Ryan, does the proposed hair salon at the subject location satisfy all of the criteria for a special use under the current?
I examined each of the criteria in my report, and it did, yes.
Wonderful. So then, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that you made in your report?
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have no further questions for my witnesses, but we're happy once more to entertain any you may have.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Shadid, we will take this under consideration. We greatly thank everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yep, thanks. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, we're going to go now to a string of variations. 84, 85, and 86-22-Z. Counselor Ali, let us know when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Ali, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Before I begin, could I confirm that we should have two witnesses for this case this morning, representative of the applicant, Mr. Paul Securis, as well as our architect, Mr. Ivan Kutlesha.
We have Ivan. I'm just looking for Paul. Paul, I am promoting you right now.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Paul Securis.
Great. Mr. Chairman, do you want to swear the witnesses in now before we get started?
Yeah, we can do that. So let's start with you, Mr. Securis. Can you state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry, was that question to me?
Yes, it was. State your name and address, please.
My address is 2375 Riverwoods, Illinois, 60015.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Thank you. So now, Ivan Kutlesha, will you state your name and address?
Yes, hi. This is Ivan Kutlesha. My address is 647 Berkeley Drive, Romeoville, Illinois, 60446.
Thank you, Mr. Kutlesha. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And before Counselor gets started again, if there's any objectors on these matters, again, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. For the record, Matthew Ali with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of Pilsen Rentals LLC, which owns the property located at 2228 South Sawyer Avenue. In November 2016, the applicant purchased this property, which was improved with a two-story residential building with basement and attic containing 7 dwelling units, 2 units each on the basement, first and second levels, and 1 unit in the attic. 2.5 years into owning the property, through the course of seeking permits to replace the rear stairs to the principal building, the applicant learned that the second or the rear garden level dwelling unit, as well as the attic level dwelling unit, were both established without city issued permits. Further, a permit could not be located for the southern elevation dormer in the attic. However, in reviewing the age of these structures, both the applicant's architect and a city inspector indicated that this work was done over 50 years ago, but would still need a permit to establish these uses and features. Accordingly, the applicant seeks 3 variations to bring this building into conformity with the city's zoning ordinance. First, a variation to reduce the required rear yard open space from 203.13 square feet to 0 square feet. Second, a variation to allow for the zoning certification of the increased unit density, not to exceed more than 1 unit above its original construction. And third, a variation to allow for an increase in non-conforming floor area that has been in existence for at least 50 years from 6,484.28 square feet to 6,669.46 square feet, which reflects an increase of 2.9% of floor area. The rear yard open space reduction is necessary to improve what is now a dirt parking area and to clean up the rear of the property with a concrete parking pad of minimal size. However, due to the existing legal non-conforming principal building encroaching into the rear yard setback, resulting in a substandard rear yard, and the required ingress and egress provided through the rear stairs to the building, the applicant is unable to satisfy the 12-foot diameter requirement for qualifying rear yard open space, even though the property is providing more open space than what is required, albeit without the required minimum diameter. Second, the variation allowing for a zoning certification is to legalize the second garden level dwelling unit, which has been in existence for over 50 years. When the applicant purchased the property in 2016, there were a total of 7 dwelling units. The proposal here is to deconvert the 7th unit in the attic to storage space, while seeking to legalize the long-standing 6th dwelling unit in the garden level, for a total of 6 dwelling units in the building. And third, the variation to allow for increased floor area, which represents a 2.9% increase, is needed to legalize the southern elevation attic dormer that has also been in existence for at least 50 years, but for which the city could not find a permit. Thus, these requested variations are necessary to overcome the hardships that are unique to this property. Here, the non-conforming principal building and substandard rear yard with required rear egress stairs, and the purchase of a property that had 7 dwelling units for over 50 years, while allowing the applicant to realize a reasonable return on its investment into the property. Should the requested variations be granted, this long-time non-conforming property will be brought into compliance with both the Chicago zoning ordinance and the city's building code, while also improving the rear of the property for the benefit of nearby neighbors and rehabilitating and reusing an older residential building that contributes to the range of housing options available in the South Lawndale community area. Lastly, the applicant has reached out to and provided an overview of this project to both immediately adjacent neighbors, the local alderman, and two neighborhood associations in this area, the Little Village Community Foundation, as well as Inlace, which was formerly the Little Village Community Development Corporation, and has not received any objections or concerns to this project and the variations being sought. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would now look to call my first witness, but did want to confirm whether or not that we have any objectors for these three.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Counselor. And nobody has raised their hand yet. So I think you're all good.
Okay. And so, Mr. Chairman, with that being the case, wanted the board's approval to proceed in a short form narrative of witness examination and rely upon the submitted affidavits.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Go right ahead.
First witness would be Mr. Paul Sakaris. Mr. Sakaris, are you the authorized representative for the applicant Pilsen Rentals LLC for these 3 variation applications?
Yes, I am.
And you have owned the property at 2228 South Sawyer since November of 2016, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Sakaris, did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
An affidavit? Yes.
Yes. And the statements made in that affidavit are true and correct?
Correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony contained within your submitted affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, and unless there are any questions for Mr. Sakaris, I will proceed to our architect witness.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Kutlisha, are you an architect licensed by the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And are you also the project architect for this application concerning 2228 South Sawyer Avenue?
Yes,
Did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today?
I did.
And the statements made in that affidavit are true and correct?
They are correct, yes.
And lastly, do you adopt as your testimony here today the testimony you provided through your affidavit?
I do so adopt.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude our case in chief. We would welcome any questions or comments from the board regarding our proposal or submitted findings of fact.
Any questions from the board?
I do have one comment. I just want to say, Counselor, I have seen you keep growing over the 11 years I've been on this board. So good luck in your new ventures here. So
thank you, Commissioner Williams. Thank you.
Yes, I remember when you were just a young staffer back in the day. So good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, we will take this under consideration. Matt, welcome. Everyone, enjoy your weekends.
Thank you, everyone.
You as well.
Yep, thank you. All right, let's go to calendar number 87-22-S. While I read the department's recommendation, please just raise your hand if you're here to object on this matter. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Donald Hodgkinson, for the record, along with Carlos Quisby, who's with me as well on this matter.
Great morning, Counselor.
Good morning. This is Mr. Quisby's application as the manager of Quisby's Hair Salon to seek a special use permit to establish a hair cutting salon located within 1,000 feet of an existing personal service business in a B1-2 neighborhood shopping district. The unfortunate Mr. Quisby bought this property and then made his application, began to work towards putting his hair salon in. And unfortunately, about a month after he purchased the property and began working on another hair salon, was granted a special use permit within 1,000 feet, requiring our application at this point in time. Mr. Quisby and his family are owners of two existing hair salons, one at 2709 West Lawrence and one at 3529 3539 West Lawrence Avenue. So two other hair salons in the current area. And the proposal is that once, if this special use is granted, he would actually close the one at 29 or 2709, simply because the clientele that use Mr. Quisby's family salons are closer to the 3244 address.
Great.
Okay. And Mr. Quisby and Mr. Joe Ryan would be the witnesses in this matter.
Okay, great. I can go ahead and get them sworn in. So Mr. Quisby, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, hi, my name is Carlos Quisby. I'm from 3244 West Lawrence.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And we have Joe Ryan sworn in and his expertise has been acknowledged. And I see him on, so.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Quisby, you submitted an affidavit in your application package, and are the facts on that affidavit true and correct?
Correct.
And I would ask the same questions of Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, you prepared a zoning consultant report as of February 11, 2022, and the facts in that application, including a recommendation that this proposal meets all guidelines of the Zoning Board of Appeals, is correct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does the board have any questions of Mr. Quisby?
Yeah, I mean, I think if Mr. Quisby could just go into a little bit more depth on his experience associating with these three, a little more on how this will function, hours, etc.
So Mr. Quisby, you currently have I'll go back. You currently have a property at 2709 West Lawrence where you're operating a hair salon. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you're granted this special use permit, what would you do with that property?
I will close it down and move over to 3244 West Lawrence.
Okay. And your hours that you intend to operate the property at 3244 West Lawrence, one of those hours?
10 to 7.
And how many days a week?
6.
What day would you be closed?
Sundays will be closed.
Okay. And how many hair cutting stations will you have at your new the new place?
3 hair stations.
And how many hair washing?
2 shampoo bowls.
And how many employees would you employ at the new location?
We're going to start with 3.
Great.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Quisby, thank you for your time. We've got what we need here and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go to one more string and then let's take a break. So if we go to calendar numbers 88, 89, and 90-22-Z. And this is Counselor Paul Kolpak.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kolpak with offices at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant, Mr. Andrew Araki. Mr. Chairman, just for housekeeping, we have three applications, 8822Z, 8922Z, and 9022Z. They all affect this property. What I would like to do, because this is a division of a lot, cases 88 and 89 are for the existing building, and case number 90Z is for the proposed new construction of a single family residence. So what I'd like to do is to talk about, put our case on for cases 88 and 89, and then go to 90, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's helpful. Do you want to I kind of put them on in tandem, or do you want me to totally separate out?
I just thought it just might make things clearer.
Yeah, that works. That works well. Thank you, Counselor.
My pleasure. The property in question consists of a single zoning lot containing a portion of three lots of record, lots 25, 26, and 27. The present zoning lot measures 72 by 86 feet for a total area of 6,192 square feet. Each individual lot measures 24 by 86 feet. The applicant requests to divide a portion of the existing zoning lot, lots 25 and 8 feet of lot 26, which would then have a lot of 32 by 86, to put the property at 3001 North Sawyer into compliance. The remaining 16 by 24, 16 feet of lot 26 and 24 feet of lot 27 will remain, and we will request the variations to construct a single family home on that lot, which would be designated as 3005 Sawyer. This property was brought to the neighborhood attention back in September of 2009. The property was originally zoned R3. We met with the community groups, and we had their support to change the zoning to the current RM5. As part of that agreement, we agreed that we would not develop anything more than a single family home on what I'm going to call 3005. And pursuant to that promise, we're here today. I'd like to then go over the existing building on 3001. And on that property, we're requesting a variation to reduce the rear yard open space from the required 144.148 square feet to 0, to permit the subdivision of the one zoning lot, as I mentioned, into two zoning lots. And further, an application for variation to reduce the front setback from the required 10.32 feet to 0.09 feet, the rear setback from 25.8 to 4.0 feet for this subdivision. As you'll note on the prior exhibit showing the survey, we are not changing anything at the two-story, 4-unit building. This building was built prior to the zoning code of 1955. And what we're trying to do at this point is put that property into compliance, because if we can't put that property into compliance, then we cannot divide this property into two lots for construction. So what we're doing is taking the existing building and putting in the necessary variations in order to put it into compliance under the RM5 district. Are there any questions on that at all?
Yeah, so just to echo exactly what you just said, but for purpose of my clarification, the existing building will remain unchanged.
Exactly correct.
Thank you.
And going over to case number 9022Z, we are requesting a variation to reduce the rear yard setback from the required 24.08 feet to 14 feet, the south side setback from 3.2 to 3 feet. The north will be 5 feet. The combined lots will be a total of 8 feet for a proposed 3-story single-family home. Again, this was part of our conversation with the community that this property, when they gave us the zoning, would be limited to a single-family home. The other issue here is there is no alley access. So based on no alley access, we had to do a front-loaded garage. That allows us to have approximately 600 feet of open space in the rear, but it forces us to have a smaller building. The alderman requested that we do a front-loaded garage, which we have complied with in this presentation, in this drawing. The hardship here is obviously two factors. One, the size of the lot, being 40 by 86 feet. The architect did his best to make it as take as little as a footprint as possible. The other hardship is the fact that we have no alley access and we have to have a front-loaded garage, which in order to have that to meet the 20-foot front yard setback, we had to push the building back. And that requires the request for the rear yard setback. Are there any questions?
No, I think we should get your applicant and witness on.
Okay, fine. I just want to know if there was anything at this point.
And then let's circle back for questions. I just want them sworn in because they might be the right people for the answers. So
perfect. I have with me the applicant, Andrew Rocky, and I have his architect, Gino Ramosi.
Great. Andrew, can you state your name and address?
Yes, Andrew Araki, 3001 North Sawyer, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, and Gino Ramosi, will you state your name and address? Gino, you're just muted.
Gino, unmute yourself.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
No worries.
Gino Ramosi, 202 Gladys Avenue, Fox River Grove, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Andrew, would you please state your name?
Andrew Araki.
And you're the applicant?
I am.
On these three cases? Andrew, you submitted a economic analysis form. Could you go over that form for the board? Your cost of land being approximately $150,000.
Yes, about approximately $150,000. Cost of construction roughly at about $500,000. Soft costs around $50,000, which brings a total cost of about $700,000. With a sale price of $800,000 and a cost of $700,000, there would be approximately $100,000 in profits, obviously minus capital gains. And
so you're looking at about a 14% return on your money, which you feel is an adequate return based on the risk of building this property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you heard me state before that, and you were there for that meeting in 2009, where we had the zoning change from the R3 to the RM5. And at that point, you did indicate to the community that you would not develop fully on the under the RM5. I'm sorry.
That is correct. That is correct. Can I mention just one thing?
Yeah.
The request of the alderman was to make the garage also at grade level so that we wouldn't have the sloped driveway from the sidewalk. I just wanted to mention that as well.
Right. I have no further questions for Andrew.
Any questions from the board for Andrew? Okay, Counselor, let's go to Gino and then we'll circle back.
Gino, would you please state your name?
Gino Ramosi.
And you're the architect for this project, correct?
That is correct.
And you submitted an affidavit on this project, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you were asked to testify further, you would testify in substantial compliance with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
That's my case in chief, and we're ready to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Thanks all. Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, Counselor, we have what we need here. So we'll take this under consideration.
Just one minor, we did submit a letter from the alderman indicating that he had no objections to this project.
Yep, and we've got the letter in our package.
I appreciate that.
Great.
Thank you very, very much for your time. Everybody stay safe.
Yep, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Be well.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, well, let's move to a 15-minute recess. That will bring us back at 10:45 a.m. Central Standard. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm yes. See everyone at 10:45. Welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Wonderful. We are back and we are moving right to calendar number 91-22-Z. And this will be with Counselor Sarah Barnes. Well, counselors getting situated. If any objectors are on, please just raise your hand and we'll promote you.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and once more, esteemed members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm happy to be here today on behalf of the applicant, Christian Schleider. As well, we have with us here today our amazing project architect, William Schultens. Both Mr. Schultens and Ms. Schleider are joining us virtually. So, Mr. Chairman, if it pleases you, we could go ahead and get them sworn in.
Yeah, let's get them sworn in. Okay, so first up, Ms. Schleider, will you state your name and address, please?
For Kristen Schleider, 5950 North Kenneth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And Mr. Schultens, will you state your name and address?
My name is William Schultens and address is 205 Superior Street, Oak Park, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Cool. Thanks, Thanks, everyone. Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Towards these ends, Ms. Schleider purchased the existing home. I'm not sure if we have photographs, but I know there's somewhere. You guys have them in front of you. Back in the spring of 2021, so about a year ago. She moved in and lives there currently with her husband and their 3 sons, two twin boys that are 6 years old and an 8-year-old son. And I'm happy to announce that Ms. Schleider is expecting a baby girl this June. So growing family here in the city. The home, which was built in the 1940s, currently contains in relevant part 3 small bedrooms and a single bathroom on the 2nd floor. And then there is a living area and a kitchen and dining room on the 1st floor. I would like to make a correction on the record, Mr. Chairman. In the findings of fact, as well as the corresponding affidavits, there was a typographical error that stated there were 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. There's actually 3 bedrooms, only 2 of which no work is going to be done affecting those. So I just wanted to make that clarification on the record, please.
Great, thanks for that.
Otherwise, it does not affect any of the relief being sought or otherwise change the physicality of the building. Back in 2003, a prior owner sought and was granted a variation by this same honorable board. That variation allowed for the erection of a small 1-story addition. Thank you so much. That's a perfect picture, actually. A small 1-story addition off the south side of the building towards the rear. That's kind of what you can see in this photograph off to the side and set back. Perfect. Thank you. So that addition, which contains only a mudroom, so not a whole lot of functional habitable space, again, was permitted pursuant to a variation back in 2003 by a prior owner. That variation set a new south side setback condition at 2 feet for the property. So fast forward to 18 years to the present time. After moving into the home, Ms. Schleider, who is a fellow attorney, Mr. Chairman, and who also works from home full time, and her husband, they realized that the building or the home as it's currently configured is not super conducive to their growing family. For example, Ms. Schleider is sharing a bathroom with her husband and 3 sons right now, and with another one on the way. And there's also no nursery as well. Her sons are all sharing bedrooms. So they quickly came to the conclusion that they would need to try and do some improvements to the home to make it more functional for their growing family, because they don't want to leave the city. They want to continue to have their children go to school here in the city and raise their family in the city. So they retained Mr. Schultens to start discussing ways that they could improve the home and make it more functional for them and just add a little bit of meaningful functional space. So Mr. Schultens and Ms. Schleider and her husband spent many, many months looking at every possible design alternative that would allow for that, and came upon the design that you have here before you today. That design calls for, if we could go maybe back to the first slide, Ms. Vasquez, that showed the front of the house. Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. So the design for the new addition is actually going to just infill or fill in that little notch that you see at the front of the home that was created by the 2003 edition. So it will follow that straightforward in line with the front of the existing home. And then they will also add on to the second floor, again, following the same exact established and permitted building footprint that is there today. So straightforward and straight up. So the design will not be expanding or altering any of the existing setback conditions, including that south side setback as well as the front. So with that, very early on, Ms. Schleider actually proactively reached out to Alderwoman Nugent and discussed the problems she was having with making the home more functional, and continued to engage with Alderwoman Nugent throughout this process up until yesterday as well. And then myself, once I got added to the team to help with the variation, I also reached out to Alderwoman Nugent and have been working with her office. And we are happy to advise that the Alderwoman is in support of the proposal, and a letter of support has been tendered by her office to Mr. Chairman and members of the board. You should have that in your file. As well, Ms. Schleider also did reach out to her neighbors, in particular the neighbor to the south, and to discuss the proposal, and that neighbor also has no objection. The neighbor to the north hasn't been actively residing at the property, so there wasn't any chance or opportunity to have some significant dialogue with the neighbor. But again, all of the improvements are on the south side, so hopefully there's no problem there as well. So with no further ado, unless there's any preliminary questions, I will move on to Ms. Schleider.
Yep, go ahead, Counselor, and we'll come back for questions.
Awesome, thank you. Ms. Schleider, if you can unmute yourself if you are muted. As I mentioned, you and your husband recently purchased the property and are living there with your 3 sons right now. So as the home is currently configured, you and your husband share one of those smaller bedrooms on the second floor. Is that right?
That's right. It'd be the bedroom on the left side of the house as you're looking at it on the screen.
Perfect. And then your twins, I'm assuming, perhaps share a single room, and then your other 8-year-old has a room. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then with a baby on the way, there's no room for the baby. Is that also correct?
Not quite, at least once she gets out of a bassinet.
Yeah. So the bassinet will go in your room, which probably right now is not large enough for a bassinet and the 2 of you. And then towards
I love the back stuff, but if we can just like keep it somewhat relevant for our expediency of meeting, that would be helpful.
Yeah, Exactly. So I was just getting my point in all of this, Ms. Schleider, as you and I have discussed quite a bit, is that the building as it's configured, or the home as it's configured right now, just is not conducive to a 6-member family. Is that right?
That's right.
And you are working from home again full time. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's a recent decision by my company.
Perfect. So that's kind of what motivated the addition. With that, then I've kind of described everything. Just to confirm once more, Ms. Schleider, you have directly and personally been in contact with Alderwoman Nugent. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And then as well, you spoke with your neighbor on the south.
Yes.
Which you're actually divided from that property by a public alley that runs along the south side. Is that correct?
That's right.
Amazing. And that neighbor has no objection to the proposal. Is that true?
That's true.
Awesome. Then lastly, Ms. Schlater, you were provided as well with findings of fact, as well as an affidavit prior to the proceedings here today. After that correction was made with regard to the bedrooms, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you so much. Then I will move right on to Mr. Floatins. Thank you. You were tasked with designing the improvements to the existing home, Mr. Slotin.
Yes.
Would you say, that the most significant hardship that you had to overcome in making that design is, first of all, this property as currently zoned is zoned in RS1 zoning district, which is one of the most restrictive zoning districts under the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which provided some significant design limitations for you. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And as well, you were dealing with making an improvements to an existing home, the footprint of which is actually non-conforming, although permitted non-conforming. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And after several different iterations and alternatives, is it true that you arrived at the present configuration because it would have the least amount, if any, impact on the adjacent properties, but still provide very functional space for the for Ms. Schleider and her family?
Yeah, that is correct.
So in doing so, is it your professional opinion that the proposed variation that is just reestablishing that 2-foot setback on the south side meets all of the standards and criteria for a variation as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Yeah, it's just, the addition, it continues the established setback. There's an alley on the south, and also this proposal maintains the meaningful outdoor space, which is relevant to this community, the Saguenash community. So yeah, we feel like this is the best solution.
And this solution as well, as opposed to some alternatives, will not create any other non-conforming conditions at the property, correct?
That is correct.
And again, most importantly, preserves that open space.
Correct.
Thank you. So with that as well, Mr. Schulten, you too were provided with findings of fact as well as an affidavit prior to the hearing. After the correction was made regarding the 2 bedrooms, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in your affidavit?
Absolutely, it would be.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have no further questions for my witnesses, but we're happy to entertain any.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Any questions for members of the board? Okay, looks like we've got plenty of what we need here. So we'll take this under consideration. And again, thank you everyone for your time and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, everyone, let's go to calendar number 93-22-S. And this is at 3513 West 26th As I read the department's recommendation, please just raise your hand if you happen to be on to object to this matter. Okay, so the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members of the board, once more and for the last time today, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. And I'm super happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Miss Anna Sante. Joining us today, Mr. Chairman, is Anna, the applicant, virtually, but as well, Miss Sante does not speak fluent English. So we have with us as well her niece, Adisa, who's going to translate if that's okay. And then we also have our esteemed MAI certified appraiser, Joe Ryan, who I believe has already been sworn in. So if it pleases you, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could swear in Miss Sante, well, both Miss Santes, Anna and Adisa.
Yeah, so first I will swear in the translator. You said it's also a Miss Sante?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Miss Sante, who is translating, will you please state your name and address?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Adisa Santai, and I am located at 3121 West 26th Street in Chicago, Illinois.
Great, thank you, Ms. Santai. And do you swear to translate directly from English to Spanish and then back from Spanish to English in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Then to the other Ms. Santai, do you swear or affirm to tell the, let me start over, sorry. To the other Ms. Santai, will you state your name and address?
¿Puede decir su nombre y dirección?
Mi nombre es Ana Santay y mi dirección es 3513 West 26th Street.
She said her name is Ana Santai, and she is at, ¿cuál es su dirección otra vez?
3513.
3513 West 26th Street in Chicago, Illinois as well.
Great, thank you. And you're lagging a little bit, so if it keeps up, we might just have you turn off your camera so that we get reception improved. Thank you, and then also to Ms. Santai, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
¿Jura decir la verdad y toda la verdad en la corte de hoy?
Sí.
Yes, she does.
Perfect. Okay, great. So, Counselor, go right ahead.
Thank you. Adisa, I will ask for this beginning part of my summary, if you could mute yourself, but while I'm speaking, if you could translate to your aunt what I'm saying, I will make sure that she confirms that what I'm saying is accurate. And then when I request, you can unmute yourself and we'll bring you back up. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As a little bit of background, the applicant's family has been operating a barber shop in this very neighborhood, in fact, less than a block from the subject property for over 15 years. In fact, back in 2004, this same honorable board granted a special use for that barber shop. That barber shop was established by Anna's brother, Victor. Anna was an apprentice there for many years, and then about 10 years ago, she earned her own license in cosmetology here in Chicago and Illinois, and has been providing services for her brother and with the family's barbershop for over 10 years. The opportunity presented itself for Anna to actually own the property in which the barber shop is located, not at their existing spot, but again, about a block away. The other interesting thing about the subject property is it also allows for Anna to reside above it in the apartment above. So she'll be residing and working at the subject property. And again, that's going to be for her own private ownership, whereas the existing barber shop down the street, they're currently leasing. Anna's brother recently made the decision to retire and pass over the family business to Anna. So she will be taking over if the subject or if the requested special use is granted and moving her entire staff to the new location. This will allow her family to continue to provide services to the neighborhood in which they all reside. Towards that end, many of the employees as well all reside in the neighborhood. So with that, the proposed special use is, again, just to establish a salon in the subject storefront, and then Anna will live in the apartment above. So with that, Adisa, if you wouldn't mind, you can unmute yourself.
Perfect.
Thank you. And will you just confirm with your aunt that everything that I just presented to the board is accurate?
Solo quiere confirmar la abogada que toda la información que acaba de mencionar es correcto.
Sí.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you. And just moving a little bit to the operations. Again, your aunt is licensed cosmetologist herself. Is that correct?
Y moviendo hacia la aplicación, usted es una cosmetóloga licenciada, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes, she is.
Okay. And she'll be managing the new salon, is that, or the new barbershop, is that right?
Y usted estará manejando el nuevo establecimiento en este edificio, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yes, she will.
Thank you. And you'll be maintaining the same operating characteristics and procedures that you've been maintaining at the existing barbershop for the last 15 years, which is you'll operate by walk-in only, not appointments. Is that correct?
Usted seguirá operando el negocio de la misma manera que lo ha operado en los pasados 15 años, operando solo con sin citas, no,
sí.
no citas
No
por
sé.
adelantado.
No.
Yes, that's correct. She will not be taking appointments.
Perfect. And then the hours of operation will be the same as they have been again for the last 15 or so years, and that'll be 8 o'clock a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. 7 days a week. Is that also correct?
Y las mismas horas de operación serán las mismas de 8 de la mañana a 8 de la noche, 7 días a la semana. ¿Se mantendrá lo mismo?
Sí.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And Ms. Santai and Ms. Santai, Adisa, you had an opportunity to go over the findings of fact and the affidavit with your aunt prior to these proceedings. Can you just confirm with your aunt that she would, if she were to continue to testify here today, that her testimony would be consistent with the statements that were made in her affidavit?
Basado en la información que yo le ayudé a completar para esta aplicación, usted puede confirmar que toda la información que entregamos va a ser consistente con lo que vamos a firmar hoy en la corte.
Okay. Sí.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And one more matter of housekeeping, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to mention this during my introduction. We did have an opportunity to reach out to Alderman Rodriguez, and there is an email letter of support from him in your file that has been tendered to the zoning board directly from his office. With no further ado, then I will move on to Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, once more, you were retained by the applicant in order to evaluate whether or not the establishment of a hair salon, barber shop at the subject property meets all of the standards and criteria for a special use under the current zoning ordinance. If you are, sorry, did you have an opportunity to evaluate the subject property, surrounding neighborhood, and to make those determinations?
And
I did.
Mr. Ryan has been, and I know it's already been said, but he's been sworn in and is acknowledged as an expertise, for his expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
And so, yes, Mr. Ryan, you did have an opportunity to do those evaluations?
I did.
And once more, the evaluations as well as your opinions based on the same, you put those in a written report that was tendered to the board prior to this hearing. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Based on your evaluation of the subject property and surrounding neighborhood and the plan of operation, is it your professional opinion that the proposed barbershop at the subject property does in fact meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Each and every one, yes.
Amazing. So then, Mr. Ryan, if you too were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in your expert report?
It would, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, board members, I have no further questions for my witnesses, but we're happy to once more entertain any you may have.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Señora Sante, mil gracias y buen suerte con tu salón. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, gracias, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Everybody have a great weekend. Bye. Stay safe.
Okay, we're gonna go now to calendar number 94-22-Z. This will be with Jimena, I believe, Jimena Castro.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hi. Good morning.
Morning. And Counselor, as everyone gets situated, just if there's any objectors on for this matter, please raise your hand and we will promote you. But go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm an attorney at Acosta Asgar, the attorney for the applicants for the matter before you today at 2221 North Kimball Avenue. And with me today on the call also should be the co-applicants to this application, Ibelis M. Orellano and Jeronimo de Beza, as well as the project manager, Jeff Myra. I'm sure they're logging in at this moment or already logged in.
I am promoting Ibelis. Who else?
We also have Jeronimo de Beza and Jeff Myra.
I see Jeronimo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Jeronimo.
Jeff, I'm looking for Jeff. Yep, okay, we got everyone.
Wonderful, thank you. So as I mentioned briefly, with us today are the co-applicants, Ibelis M. Orellano, Jeronimo de Beza, and then the project manager, Jeff Myra. Chairman, would you like to swear the witnesses in?
Yeah, perfect. So we'll just go down the list of all of them. So first up, Ibelis Orellano, will you state your name and address?
My name is Ibelis Orellano, and my address is 2221 North Kimball.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, Jeronimo de Beza, will you state your name and address?
My name is Jeronimo de Beza, and my address is 2219 North Kimball Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thanks. Okay, and Jeff Myra, state your name and address.
Jeff Myra, 3619 West Armitage Avenue, Chicago 60647.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Chairman, would you like for me to ask the witnesses to affirm their testimony that was previously provided?
Yeah, that works, Jimena. And then you're going to give a little bit of an overview, right?
Correct.
Yep, perfect. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Ibelis, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and address once more for the record?
Yes, my name is Ibelis Orellano, and my address is 2221 North Kimball.
Thank you. An affidavit was submitted on your behalf. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeronimo, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and address for the record once more?
Yes, Jeronimo de Beza, address is 2219 North Kimball Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. An affidavit was also submitted on your behalf. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. And Jeff, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and a business address for the record once more?
Jeff Mayra, 3619 West Armitage Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. An affidavit was submitted on your behalf. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, would you like me to move forward?
Yes, please.
Thank you. 2221 is a property that is improved with a single family home to the north of the zoning lot. The single family home is legal non-conforming as to the front setback and the north side setback, as you can see on your screens right there. These are pre-existing legal nonconformities, which is a hardship in this case, the front yard setback and the north side setback. And in 2020, which is a typo on the documents before you today, Evilise sold 2219, which is a lot to the south that you can see right there, to Jeronimo and Sarah de Beza. Jeronimo and Sarah will be building a 2-flat on that lot. And in order to divide the zoning lots, we are asking to reduce the front yard setback and the north side setback. We have spoken with the neighbors. The adjacent neighbor to the immediate north is happy with the proposed project. She has known Evilise since 1984 when her father purchased the property. We also have letters of support from neighbors across the alley as well, who are very happy that Jeronimo and Sarah will be relocating their family to this spot. We are happy to answer any questions from the board, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Counselor. Couple questions. Has the other lot already been sold?
Correct. It was sold in 2020.
2020, got it. How, in your words, would you describe hardship in this type of matter?
So the hardship, as I previously mentioned, is the front yard setback and the north side setback. Those are legal non-conforming and pre-existing. So the property, the single family home, was already legal non-conforming as to the setbacks required in the front and in the north side.
Okay. Okay, other questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. So I thank everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to calendar numbers 95-22-Z and 96-22-Z with Counselor Tom Moore. So as Counselor and the applicant get settled, if anyone's here to object, raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tom Moore, for the record, and hopefully with us are Anthony Hodes and Mr. Michael Surplus. If they're here, Mr. Chairman, could you please swear them in?
Yeah, so 1 second, we've got just making sure we've got them on. We've got Michael Surplus. I'm looking for Anthony Hodes. Do you know if Anthony should be on a different name or?
I don't believe so. I can shoot him a quick text. We just chatted, so I know.
Anthony Hodes was here. I promoted him, and during the promotion, I lost him, so he might be joining back.
Yep, let's just try to get him. And Counselor, Anthony's the architect, right?
No, Mr. Chairman, as I explained to Victor Ressa, the architect died, I believe, of COVID about 3 weeks ago. Gilbert Leves is appeared before this board many times on several cases with me. And I was talking to him a month ago and he was coughing. And when the agenda came out and I called him, I got his daughter, and it turns out he had died less than a month ago now. But I went over the criteria, and I believe we can prove the case with the issues are really so evident that I think we can prove the case with the owners.
Yep.
Anthony Hodes and Mr. Surplus are both the owners.
Got it. Okay, and sorry for that confusion. I knew about the architect, and very sorry to everyone involved. That's such a tragedy. But Counselor, then we can go forward. I'm not sure if we have Anthony on yet, but if you're comfortable going forward with Michael, it seems like we have what we need.
Okay. Michael, you and Anthony bought this building a couple of years ago. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, Michael, I'm just going to swear you in quick. So will you state your name and address?
Yep, Michael Surplus, 35 East Division Street, Unit 3A, Chicago, Illinois, 60610.
Thanks. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And so this was an existing 100-plus-year-old building in Bridgeport, and you bought it. It was advertised as, and you bought it as a 9-unit building. Is that right? Michael, could you hear me?
Michael, maybe try turning off
Hello,
your
can you hear me?
camera. Yeah, Michael, try turning off your camera because we aren't getting your sound.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think so now. So when you bought it,
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we bought it 9 units. Yep, 9-unit residential apartment building.
okay.
Hey, one second, Michael, if you can hear us, will you just turn off your camera to try to improve the sound?
Yes.
I think he just exited the meeting by mistake instead of turning his camera off.
Hey, sorry about that. I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apologies. Yeah, I got dropped, but now I rejoined. Yes, that is correct. We purchased this as a 9-unit apartment building.
Okay. And then you decided to make some internal improvements, including adding washers and dryers and some other amenities to make it a better for your tenants. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you were doing no work on the outside. It was all internal work you were planning to do. Is that right?
Correct. Yes. Common washer and dryer room, and then some mechanical upgrades in the basement.
Okay. And then, but when you went in for a permit, you found out that the former tavern on the ground floor that was now a residential unit had never been properly converted. And that also there was a little addition over the garage in the back that had never been properly permitted as well. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in order to bring those things into compliance, since it was an R3, you had to upzone to an RM6 so that the 9-unit MLA, the number of units, would be compliant, and the FAR would be compliant, because under an R3, you can't have 9 units, and you can't have the lot line to lot line building that as this building was in existence. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so we went to the alderman and we asked, could we upzone it just to make these improvements and to legitimize what's there, not to add anything externally. Is that right? Could you hear me? And did you, your answer was unclear?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so we had the alderman agreed, and we had a community meeting at a park, and we had people who attended it. And he had us both flyer and mail. And at that community meeting, there was no objection and only support. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So then we thought we were pretty much done, because we thought we now had the proper MLA and FAR, and Gilbert went in for a permit, and then arose new issues that were before the board today. And that is that to be current compliant with current code, we need rear yard open space, and the living area is partially in the rear yard. So they called out 2 variances needed: one rear yard variance, a setback variance, and one waiver of rear yard open space. Is that right?
Correct.
And so that's what we're in front of the board today for. And there is no way, it's a lot line to lot line to lot line in all 4 directions building that's been that way for 100 years plus. And so there is no way to add open space without tearing down the back third of the building. Is that right?
Correct.
And similarly, there's the existing condition is partially in the rear yard. And so to make it totally compliant at this point, we also need a rear yard variance. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you hired an architect, and he submitted these plans, and we believe the zoning department has apparently found that they're otherwise compliant if we get these 2 variances. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Okay. And you and I worked out a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Correct.
And incidentally, this building has been there for over 100 years. It fits right into the Bridgeport neighborhood and really is kind of the essence of it. So it doesn't in any way change the essential character of the neighborhood. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief.
Great, thank you, everyone. Board members, do you have any questions? Okay, we have what we need on this, Tom. So everyone involved, thank you for your time, and we will take this under consideration.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Okay, let's go to a couple special uses. We're going to go to calendar number 98-22-S. And when the council gets situated, I'll read the department's recommendation. And if anyone is here to object to 98-22-S, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed massage establishment on the ground floor of an existing 3-story mixed-use building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, FNS Investment Group, LLC. And the establishment maintains clear, non-reflective windows on the street-facing building facade, which shall not be painted over, darkened, or obstructed in any way, so that the reception and waiting area is visible from the street.
We okay to go ahead, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go right ahead, Counselor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Andrew Scott with the law offices of Dykema Gossett here on behalf of the applicant. Is my client on FERCon? Is he?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, great. Okay. So with me this morning is Furkan Hadi, who is with FNS Investments, the applicant, and also Peter Poulos with the Metron Group, who is our appraiser for this particular project. Mr. Chairman, this is a pretty straightforward case. This is an existing 3-story building with ground floor retail and service uses, and then residential units above. My client intends to lease approximately 2,500 square feet. You've got the screen in front of you where it says available to lease. That's the space that he would take, and he is planning to use it for a massage establishment. We have spoken with the alderman's office. They don't have any objections. My client actually reached out to the adjacent Pilates studio, and there was a lot of excitement for the particular use, given the kind of the synergies between Pilates and a massage establishment. So we think it's a great opportunity, reuse of a space that's been vacant for a couple of years. My client has been in the business. He actually has another massage establishment in the South Loop, so there's experience in this particular field. I don't know if you'd like to open it up for questions. It's pretty straightforward, as you can see on the screen. It's 10 different tables that will be available for customers, ingress and egress, obviously off of North Milwaukee. We can answer questions, or I can call my witnesses and answer questions thereafter, whatever the chair's pleasure is.
Great, thanks. Let's get Mr. Hadi sworn in, just as a process thing. So Mr. Hadi, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Furkan Hadi, and I'm located at 1648 North Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And Peter Poulos, I know you're on. Peter, will you state your name and address?
Peter Poulos, address 10109 South 83rd Avenue, Palos Hills, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And we acknowledge your expertise based on many past experiences. And I knew that was going to be your background. This is a big night for you and those of us who watch sports 1 month a year. So anyway, Mr. Hadi, one question that comes to mind before the board have any additional questions. What types of massages are being given in this establishment? Can you just give us a description on that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's an excellent question. So we're a wellness brand, and we consider ourselves to be a luxury wellness brand. The massages we offer are 3 types of Swedish-inspired massages. We only do table massage. So we have a Swedish-inspired massage that can be customized for the client. We have a stretch massage that is customized for more of the sports type of athletes. And then we have a healer massage, which is our energy balancing massage that focuses on meditation and breathing. All those are our 3 services. And then we offer 10 enhancements like deep tissue or some of our body bombs that enhance the customer experience.
Thank you. And just for the record, for anyone who was looking at a previous version of the agenda was corrected where it previously listed foot massage. It's been corrected to show general massage. Okay. Any other questions from members of the board? Okay, Mr. Hadi, we have what we need based off of this in the report. So we really appreciate your time and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
And we're sticking with a majority of this group for calendar number 99-22-S. As I read the department's recommendation again, if you're here to object on 99-22-S, just raise your hand. We'll make sure you're able to speak. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed massage establishment on the ground floor of an existing 4-story mixed-use building, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Quincy Ventures LLC, and the establishment maintains clear, non-reflective windows on the street-facing building facade, which shall not be painted over, darkened, or obstructed in any way, so that the reception and waiting area is visible from the street.
Okay, to get started again?
Yeah, go right ahead. And
Okay,
we
great.
have Christine Lynch on, so.
Great, thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Andrew Scott with the Law Offices of Dyke and Gossett. With me this morning is Chris Lynch of Quincy Ventures LLC, the applicant, and Peter Poulos. Mr. Chairman, this is very similar to the prior case, except in this particular instance, this is a 4-story building. It's a newer building, was built probably 4 years ago. The retail space on the ground floor, which is about 2,500 square feet, has been vacant since the building was constructed. In terms of background, we did actually have to rezone this property. So we went through a community process late in 2021. We met with the Southeast Lakeview neighbors. Actually, we met twice and were able to answer all the questions that they have regarding the massage establishment. You're going to see a very similar layout, and maybe something would be helpful to explain is that the applicant here and also in the prior case, they are franchisees of a California-based massage company. It's called The Now. And so that's why you're going to see similarities between the layouts. But again, very similar to what you saw before. And we've met with the community. They're supportive of the proposed use. We've spoken with Alderman Tunney. He's supportive as well, and we're available to answer any questions about the massage establishment at this particular location.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to get the applicant sworn in. Christine Lynch, will you state your name and address?
Christine Lynch, 2040 North Sedgwick Street, Unit E, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, great. And Peter Poulos has been sworn in and his expertise has been acknowledged.
So do you want to go with questions? Are there questions from the board, or I can just go ahead and get their testimony into the record?
Yeah, if you could get the testimony in the record, and then I'll do questions last.
Sure. Chris, again, I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit of testimony?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in accordance which was set forth in that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Peter Poulos, similar questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit of testimony?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in the affidavit of testimony that I prepared for you?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, again, we're available to answer questions if there are any from you or for members of the board.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Okay, any questions for members of the board? Okay, Ms. Lynch, we'll take this under consideration. We appreciate your time today and enjoy the weekend.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thanks.
ILL.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. I, let's go. All right, we're gonna do this next chain of matters. It's 2 variations, and then we are gonna take a timely lunch, which is a very rare situation for this board, but we're going to do it. So let's go to calendar numbers 100-22-Z and 101-22-Z. And this will be Counselor John Pekarski. John, I see you on. You're muted and your camera's off.
I see
There we
that,
go.
and I've done that as well.
Great. Just making sure I see Kimberly Smith, as well as Trevor McIntyre. So if anyone's on to object to this matter, raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. If not, Counselor, you can go right ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, simply put, we are seeking to deconvert a two-dwelling unit building into a single-family dwelling unit for the purposes of our clients and his family living there. We are seeking a front setback variation, and that is only because we are replacing the existing porch with a porch of a similar size and essentially similar nature in exactly the same spot that the existing porch is. We are seeking a north side variation, and we are seeking a combined setback variation because the building, of course, is existing, and we are seeking to follow the existing building lines. Finally, we are adding an addition to the rear, and because of this addition, we are requesting a height variation to 32.52 feet instead of the required 30 feet. The client has met with, first of all, the local alderman as well as adjoining neighbors. The use is pretty straightforward. We're putting an addition onto the rear of the building. We are removing the existing front porch and replacing it with an exact same front porch. That is what we are seeking. I have prepared affidavits on behalf of Kimberly Smith, our architect, as well as Trevor McIntyre, the owner of the property, and I would ask that they be sworn in.
Yep, let's swear him in. Okay, Trevor McIntyre, will you state your name and address?
Yes, Trevor McIntyre, 2723 North Marshfield Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, Kimberly Smith, will you now state your name and address?
Kimberly Smith, 811 Northeast Avenue, Oak Park, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Trevor, you and your wife are the owners of the property in question, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you intend to live there with your family, is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you're planning that your mother is also joining you, so that you'll have a total of 5 people living in the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have I prepared for you an affidavit concerning the various factors involved in obtaining zoning variations?
Yes, you have.
And if I ask you those questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
I have no further questions of Trevor.
Okay, Counselor, if you get on your architect and then we'll circle back for our questions.
Okay. Kim, are you available?
I'm here.
Okay. Kim, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Kimberly Smith, 811 Northeast Avenue, Oak Park, Illinois, and licensed architect, state of Illinois.
Okay. And you've prepared the drawings for the proposed use, is that correct?
Yes.
And basically, the proposed use is removing and replacing the existing front porch and placing an addition onto the rear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the addition to the rear will follow the side lot line variations or side lot lines that have already been established by the existing building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have I prepared on your behalf an affidavit concerning the factors involved in obtaining the variations sought?
Yes.
And if I ask you the same questions that appear, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
I have nothing further for either Trevor or Kim.
Okay, great. And just to clarify, Counselor, I think you already said it. The height increase, the maximum height increase, that's really just keeping in line with what the roof is already at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Any other questions from the board? Good. We'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day.
Yeah, have a
You
nice
too.
weekend.
You too. Appreciate your time. Okay, so we are going to move to a lunch break. Although there's just 2 matters left, after lunch, we're going to be exploring cannabis. So I want to give ample time to that. And it's now 11:45, so let's reconvene here at 12:10. That's the 35-minute lunch break. And we'll close out the day. So breaking for recess, Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Yes, I'm a yes as well. So we'll see everyone at 12:10. Thank you. My math is wrong, so we're going to see everyone at 12:20. Kamal, if you could just note that on the thing, it's no problem. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Chairman,
You're
you're
muted.
muted.
Tim, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to the March 18th, 2022 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I move that we reconvene this meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. And we're on to our final two matters of the day. So with that, let's jump right in. For 102-22-S, everyone on this matter, I'm going to read the department's recommendation. I'll come back and make sure the attorneys settled with all their staff. And I just want to note from the outset, because I think we will have some objectors on this matter. If you're objecting on 102-22-S, please just raise your hand and from the outset, and we'll make sure that you're all set up to speak. Okay, for calendar number 102-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided that number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Green and Foster LLC. Number two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Number three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated March 11, 2022, prepared by Steep Architecture Studio. And number four, prior to any portion of the first floor identified as NIC on the floor plan and or any portion of the basement space being utilized, the applicant must file an application and receive approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals to amend the special use. All right, thanks everyone. Looks like we got a few people promoted. I should note you can also raise your hand if you're here in support, and we'll give you the opportunity to speak. So that I know who you are, if you're here to object to this matter, can you please raise your hand on Zoom? Okay, let's see. Is there a Bonnie Pryor on? Sorry, Bonnie Sanchez.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Bonnie. Yeah, just confirming, are you here in support or in objection?
In support.
Okay, thank you for coming. Great. Okay, just clarifying from the get-go. We'll let you speak when the time comes. I want to give one last opportunity. I'll ask throughout the matter as well. Is anyone here to object?
All right, Chairman. My name is Brian from Alderman Pat Dowell's office. I'm here to speak on behalf of this project as well.
Great. And Brian, just to clarify, first, do you want to speak at the beginning or the end? And second, is the office in objection?
I'd like to speak at the beginning. Office is taking no position on the project.
Okay, good. All right, then let's move forward with our regular process. I'm not going to call for the objection process, but what I'll do is we'll start with the Alderman's office. Brian, you can start. Then I'll go over to the applicant to give their case in chief. And then we'll take support from Ms. Sanchez Carlson. I think that will work best, and I'm going to keep asking if there's objectors on, but let's just start with this process and see how it goes. So with that, Councilor Brandt, you can go right ahead.
Oh, Chairman, thank you very much. I'm joined today by a few different representatives of Green and Foster and the team they'll have in place to help run things. What we're proposing, and everyone's with me right now, except for our appraiser, Mr. Ryan, but I see him on, so I think we're all set. Green and Foster is proposing to build an adult use cannabis dispensary at 2114 South Wabash. It's a 6,000 square foot dispensary with a 9,000 square foot parking lot. So we've accounted for adequate parking. Working through and with the ZBA officials, we've been able to work out issues related to delivery and to ensure that delivery will take place through secured doors, but from from the parking lot. And apart from that, assuming there are no objections, I'd like to just get our witnesses sworn in and see if there are any questions.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to start with the alderperson's office, if that's okay, and then we can go down the list.
Absolutely.
Get your witnesses sworn in and go from there. So, Brian, go right ahead. If you could just state your name and role in the office, and I'll swear you in before you speak.
Thank you, Brian Friedman. I handle zoning matters for Alderman Pat Dowell's office.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings to the extent it's applicable?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman, other members of the ZBA. Alderman Dowell has no position on this project. There was a community meeting held by the applicant as well as a community meeting held by Alderman Dowell to inform the neighborhood about this project. Our community meeting was well attended. Unfortunately, their community meeting was not well attended. The only comment that Alderman Dowell would like to make is more about the ZBA process, which is allowing applicants to hold their own community meetings. Doesn't necessarily get the best outreach to the community. They could hold them pretty much any day at any time that is not necessarily convenient for the residents. Because of that, Alderman Dowell had to hold her own community meeting on this project, which was well attended. And they were able to meet a lot of members of the community, which is why Alderman Dowell has no position on the applicant. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. And on your note on process, that's a city council requirement. So I would say if there, of course, if there's questions as to that process or changes to be made outside of my camp a little bit, but of course, always working to better the process and help in any way that the alderperson needs. So,
really appreciate it, Chairman. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks. Okay. With that, go right ahead, Ashley.
Oh, thank you. With me today, first off, is Janae Moreno, the Communications Officer and Director of Communications for Green and Foster. Could we get her sworn in?
Yep, perfect. Will you state your name and address, please?
Janae Moreno, 4940 Southeast End, Chicago, 60615.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Ms. Moreno, you were provided with a copy of the findings of fact prior to this proceeding and provided with an affidavit in support of those findings of fact and the applications for special use. And if you were to continue your testimony here today, would the testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
All right. Would you like for us to go through everybody and then come back to any questions?
If you're gonna, if you're gonna ask more questions of Ms. Moreno, we could just go from here and do it that way.
Okay, I honestly, not. That's yeah. I'm not. If we're in a position, we had a wonderful meeting. We had community engagement. We even met with the Near South Planning Commission. I mean, everything went well with this project. So in all honesty, if we can just move through through our people, if the board has any questions, I think that's where we're gonna have the meat of today's hearing.
I'm good with that. So what we'll do then is we'll swear everyone in and then we'll go to board questions because I think the board will have some, sure. But we can lead it that way. So next up, I'll swear in. I see Brian Zeis's on. Brian, you're on mute. I tried to promote you, but you're still over.
He came over to mine. We're in the same room, so he's just over on that side.
Oh, it was a quick switch. All right. Brian, will you give your name and address, please?
I'm sorry?
Will you give your name and address, please?
Brian Zeisis, 5111 North Walcott, Chicago, 60640.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Brian, you were provided with a copy of the findings of fact prior to this proceeding and provided an affidavit in support of those findings of fact. and the application for a special use. And if you were to continue with your testimony here today, would that testimony be consistent with those findings of fact in the
Yeah.
affidavit?
Yes, it would.
All right.
Great. All right, let's go to Joe Ryan. Joe Ryan has been sworn in and we've acknowledged his expertise previously.
Thank
in
you, Chairman.
Today's meeting. Yep, thank you, Joe.
I'm sorry, Chair.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Ryan, you were hired by the applicant in order to evaluate the subject special use as well as the subject property and the surrounding area in order to ensure and opine that the proposed operation as a dispensary at the subject site meets all of the standards and requirements for a special use under the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you prepared a report?
I have, yes.
And in preparing that report, did you have an opportunity to inspect the site and make your evaluations?
I did.
And those observations were dictated and set forth in that report you prepared?
Yes,
And that report was tendered to this board prior to the hearing, correct?
it was, yes.
And in that report, and as part of your observations, you opined as to whether the proposed special use met the strict criteria for a special use under the zoning ordinance?
I did, yes, it did.
And it did. All right, thank you. So in short, all right, we'll just skip to that. So if you were to testify further here today, you would testify consistent with your report in the affidavit?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I've got our architect here and our security consultant. If we have both of them come, I think that'll get us through our people.
Yeah, is that Saquon Golar?
I've got Saquon here.
Great. Hey, Saquon, will you state your name and address, please?
Saquon Golar, 12915 South May Street, Calumet Park, Illinois, 60827.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Golar, you are the president of Rescue 8 Security,
Yes.
and you provide security consulting to cannabis dispensaries.
Yes.
And in addition to holding a licensure as a licensed private security contractor, you're also an emergency medical technician, a certified firefighter, and you are employed as an arson investigator and a shift lieutenant for the hometown fire and police department.
Yes.
And you've held that position since 2003.
Yes.
You've also been a patrol officer at the Phoenix, Illinois Police Department.
Yes.
And you held that position from 2006 to 2012.
Yes.
And you were a patrol officer at the South Suburban College Police Department in South Holland, Illinois from 2012 to 2015.
Yes.
And you've been employed as an investigator with the Norfolk Southern Railroads from 2015 to 2018.
Yes.
You were provided with a copy of the findings of fact prior to the proceeding and provided an affidavit in support of those proposed findings of fact and the applications for special use.
Yes.
Sorry, the application for special use. And if you were to continue with your testimony here today, would the testimony be consistent with those findings of fact?
Yes.
And the your affidavit?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jamie. All right.
Great. Hi, Jamie. Will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Jamie Magaliff, 311 Florence Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
Jamie,
Thank
you're
you.
licensed. I'm sorry.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes.
and you are the individual charged with the proposed special use design for 2114 South Wabash.
Yes.
You've designed over 22 cannabis dispensaries.
Yes.
All right. So you're familiar with the facility's layout and the area in which the special use is located?
Yes.
All right. You were provided with a copy of the findings of fact prior to the proceeding and provided an affidavit in support of those findings of fact and the application for the special use. And if you were to continue with your testimony here today, would the testimony be consistent with those findings of the fact and the affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if we could, if you have any questions, or I believe there's someone to testify in support.
Yeah, so we can do support. Let's do support now, Ashley, and then I am going to have some questions, just some process questions. We like to get kind of the user experience step by step through the building out. But I think if it sounds good to Ms. Sanchez Carlson, I think this would be a good time for her to speak.
Okay, I will introduce myself, and we're not in objection, so that's, I want to clarify that.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you for that.
My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board. Our organization had the opportunity to review the plan submitted by the applicant on a few occasions. We appreciate the fact that the team has experience operating additional dispensaries in the city specifically and have been willing to listen to our concerns. They've assured us that there would be security guards available to monitor both interior and exterior of the building during operating hours, with ample lighting in the parking lot for customers and neighborhood safety. We've urged the owners to ensure that there will be no loitering around the facility during hours of operation, and they have stated, and I know it's mandatory, that they would oblige. While we had no objection to the request, we were confused about deliveries and money collection, but now hearing today that they anticipate deliveries and pickup will take place through the parking lot. Again, it's important for safety and security reasons for that. Overall, Near South Planning Board does not object to the applicant's request for a special use to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary at 2114 South Wabash Avenue. And for that, I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Great. Thank you so much, as always, for coming. Super helpful. With that, I'm going to go back to the applicant, and Ashley, whoever you think is best fit to do this, but if they could give a walkthrough using this photo that we have in front of us on the Zoom, just what it is like to be a user in this space, the flow of being a customer, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jamie will do that.
Great.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. So regardless of if customers park on the street or if they park within our parking lot, everybody will enter off of Wabash Avenue, where we see the blue number 1. There is our waiting room. The capacity for that waiting room is about 5 people. Everybody will have their ID checked in this space. There is some room to wait. After passing through that second inner door, they'll enter the sales floor. On their way, we do have ample customer restrooms available. Our sales floor is about 1,300 square feet, has a capacity of 44 people. So plenty of space for any overflow waiting that may happen, but we're confident that the staff here will be able to service customers as they come without, very much waiting accumulating, and certainly no waiting on the street. As they enter the sales floor, they'll be greeted with various wall displays, floor displays, and various salespeople to answer any questions. Upon finalizing their purchase, they'll move to the POS counter. We have 5 stations there, but plenty of space for expansion if we were to need more. After completing their transaction at the POS counter, at station number 3, they'll move to the green number 4, which is where they'll actually pick up their product. There's also space for people to sit over there. Once they pick up their product, if they're waiting for a ride share or something, there's space for them to comfortably wait inside. Once they're ready to exit the facility, they'll move to the green number 5. We have an exit vestibule there, which has an interior ramp to correct for the grade change between the inside of the building and the parking lot. And they'll exit into the parking lot at the green number 6. And then, either they'll proceed to their vehicle in the enclosed parking lot, or they'll proceed to the green number 7, which will be a gate that will lead them back out to Wabash Avenue.
Great. And how many employees do you expect to have on site at any given time?
Between 8 and 15.
Seems good. How about security? Could you tell us a little bit more about security?
Absolutely. So security requirements are set by state IDFPR, so we have to meet those requirements. We'll have quite a few cameras covering the exterior of the building, along the back alley, along Wabash Avenue, the south facade looking into the parking lot, as well as cameras covering the entirety of the parking lot. The parking lot itself at night, the gate will be locked and secured, so people can't access it through there. Otherwise, we have very few kind of entry access points to this building, especially outside of the parking lot. Besides that, we'll have video monitors so staff can, kind of monitor what's going on throughout the spaces during the day, both at the POS counter, at the control center. And then actually, if you move to just the next slide, we've got a more kind of detailed security layout there. But essentially, the space is required to be outfitted with motion sensors in every single space, door control access points, so like electric strikes at pretty much every door throughout the facility. And then any major entry points, the front door, the exit vestibule door, the delivery vestibule will all be controlled with a keypad. We'll have seismic sensors in the vault and the product intake area, like wherever we have kind of loose product that's either being processed or stored. And then at any windows or glass doors, we'll have glass breaks on those. And then we'll have panic buttons at the POS counter, at the waiting room, at the pickup counter, just in case of any incidents.
Great, thank you. I'm going to have some questions on deliveries, but first, any questions from the board that relates to the user experience or anything else? Okay, Jamie, could you possibly give us a similar flow through as it relates to deliveries?
Absolutely. So deliveries will take through the secured parking lot. Typically, deliveries are conducted in Transit Connect vans, so they're not, large freight vehicles or anything like that. So we've designated a spot all the way to the west side of the site, right just south of that delivery vestibule where the vans will pull up. Again, the exterior gate can be secured if necessary. And then deliveries will come right out the back of that car, into that first outer door of the delivery vestibule, pass through into the inner door. And then where it says product intake and picking room, that's where all of that product will be processed once it's delivered. Staff have to identify every single container of product that's delivered and recorded properly for the state. The delivery vehicle will stay in that spot until each and every item has been verified by the staff. Once that's completed, the delivery person will leave, the car will leave, and that'll be it.
Great, thank you. Okay, questions from members of the board on anything?
I don't know if I really have a question. I just know if Bonnie, no one knows the South Side better than Bonnie. That's why I'm not surprised we don't have no opposition here, because she goes deep on the South Side. I've worked with Bonnie on many stuff. So I feel very comfortable knowing Bonnie is supporting this new cannabis business to the South Loop area. So thank you, Bonnie, for doing your due diligence and letting us know how you felt about this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
One question that going down my list of things that I don't think we covered. Jamie, is there a process to order online and expedite the flow through a bit, order online ahead of time?
Yes, this operator will do pre-orders online. Those customers will be able to enter through the waiting room, go directly to the POS counter to pay. We'll pick up their product at the pickup counter and then be able to exit. And since we do have such a large sales floor, we don't think that this will cause any congestion with customers that are there to browse and then place an order. Everybody should be able to flow through the space quite quickly.
Great. And just, as we begin to see more of these, can you describe the relationship between Dispensary 33 and Jean Moreno a bit more in depth so the board has a view on how all these parties play together?
Sure. I'd like to have Brian come talk.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie.
All right, so so dispensary 33 as an entity has no relationship with this dispensary, but its owners, myself, my brother, and our third partner, Paul, are helping as consultants and have been helping guide the team along the way. As far as specifics on the team, Janae would be the best person for that, but we're acting individually as consultants, and dispensary 33 is just the experience that we've had and the ethic that we're bringing to this project.
And it supports the notion of social equity under the act, to have someone experienced act as a consultant or partner with.
In order to score under the state act, you needed to have a team of people who qualified as social equity applicants that we have here, as well as cannabis experience. And so Janae, who testified earlier.
You didn't need to, but it was the secret sauce. We just gave it away. it was actually, it was very helpful in scoring properly.
Okay, so it's a little bit like an incubator.
Correct. This was our incubator program.
Got it. That makes sense. So you don't hold any ownership in Green and Foster LLC.
I personally do not know.
Okay, but as disclosed in our EDS, Paul Lee does.
Paul Lee does. Okay. Okay, good. Other questions from the board? Okay, we've got a lot in the report. We got a lot today. Thank you, Brian, and also Jamie, for great explanations, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the board.
Yep, thanks, everyone. Okay, let's go to calendar number 103-22-S. If there's any objectors on 103-22-S, please just raise your hand. We'll get you promoted. Meantime, as the attorney, Nick Standiford, gets settled, I'm going to go ahead and read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation.
Excuse me, Chair. Sorry to interrupt. This is Commissioner Saul. I'm recusing myself from this matter.
Great. Thank you, Jolene. Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, for 103-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided that number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Mint Ventures LLC. Number two, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Number three, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated November 15th, 2021, with site/landscape, sublevel 1, and ground level plans dated March 18th, 2022, all prepared by Altus Work. And number four, prior to any potential expansions beyond the ground floor tenant space shown on the floor plan and/or alterations to the loading location access, the applicant must file an application and receive approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals to amend this special use. With that, again, I just want to bring up, if any objectors are here, please just raise your hand. There's someone on whose name is just RB, and I'm wondering if we can just identify that person so I can be clear that they are not here to object. So RB, I just, you have permission to speak. You're just muted. And RB, if you're on a phone, it's *6 to unmute. Okay, they are no longer on. So let's go forward. And again, just stating, at any time, if you're here to object, raise your hand and we'll get you on to speak. So with that, Councilor, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Zoning Board. My name is Nick Standiford, and sorry if I sound a little congested. It's because I am So I'm grateful and fortunate that we're having this hearing via Zoom so that I can be present at it.
Nate, don't worry, I am
like to
too,
also
and
thank-
everyone said to hear me all day, so like, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. Just show, but I've taken the test and unfortunately I'm negative at this time for COVID. So I'm here today to present the special use application for 201 through 215 North Clinton, and that's by Mint Ventures LLC, and that's for a cannabis dispensary. And I have here with me today one of the principals of Mint Ventures, which is Tim Kane. Tim, if you want to just raise your real hand, not your virtual hand, that's Tim. His partner Sherry couldn't be here today. She's undergoing a medical procedure, which is unfortunate that she couldn't be here, but she really wanted to be here, and she was at all the community meetings, and she's a great person. Hide Kashima, if you want to raise your hand. He's the landlord's representative. Structured Development is the landlord in this group and for this site. And then Joaquin Backstrom, if you want to raise your hand, that's Joaquin right there. He's our architect from Altus Works, those plans you just heard about. And then we have Joe Ryan, who you should be intimately familiar with by now. I think this is his 5th presentation today. So Joe, you know who Joe is. And then Peter Lemon, you want to raise your hand? He's our traffic and parking consultant from Kimley Horn. So that's our team here today. If we can, I think, Mr. Chairman, it might be prudent to have them all sworn in at one time or one after another.
Yeah, Counselor, I'll just go down the list and then you can take it from there.
Thank you.
Yep. So first up, Timothy Kane, will you state your name and address?
My name is Timothy Kane. I live at 1539 Prairie Street, Aurora, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Hide Kashima, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Hide Kashima, 211 North Clinton Street, Chicago, 60661.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, Joe Ryan has been sworn in and we've acknowledged his expertise previously today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. Peter Lemon, will you state your name and address?
Sure, it's Peter Lemon with Kimley Horn, business address at 111 West Jackson, Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And last up is Mr. Backstrom. Will you state your name and address?
My name is Joachim Backstrom. Business address is 4224 North Milwaukee Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll I'll just give a brief summary of our application of our site, and then I'll kick it off to Tim to talk about the operations. We can have Hide talk about being the landlord at the site. They're actually their offices are actually in this site as well. And then I'll have Joaquin talk about the architecture, Joe talk about the appraisal, and then Peter talk about the traffic and parking. So I'd like to thank the ZBA here for your public service. I'd like to thank the Alderman Riley, who was supportive throughout this process and helped us with our community meetings. We had several. They were fantastic, and they were well attended virtually, not as well attended at the live meeting, but we streamed it, and we streamed the live meeting, the in-person meeting, to Zoom. So we got some participants there. We also met twice with the neighbors of West Loop, and they were very helpful and provided great feedback and comments and support. Lastly, I'd like to thank the staff for the ZBA, who were very helpful in getting this application processed and getting us on the agenda here today. So this is the site. This is the Chicago and Northwestern Railway powerhouse. It was built in 1912, and it powered the old train terminal that was there. It's located at 201 through 215 North Clinton. What you see here is that's Milwaukee and Fulton. This is Clinton here, and then on the right side is going to be Lake. So that's kind of the orientation. So the proposed dispensary is going to be on one of these ground level floors here. You have these big arched windows, and then there's entrances beneath each one, beneath the ones shown here. That's where the dispensary is going to go. There's the New Line Tavern, which is an adjacent site. So that kind of gets you oriented to this project. So I'm going to kick it over to Tim who's going to talk about Mint Ventures, his partner Sherry, and I think maybe he'll do a run through of it sounds like we should be addressing customer flow, delivery flow, and the online ordering process. But Tim, you did prepare, or an affidavit was prepared that was included in the findings of fact. Is that right?
Yes,
And that was provided to you and you read it and reviewed it?
I did.
And the testimony in that affidavit was correct and true?
Yes.
And you incorporate and adopt that testimony from the affidavit in the findings of fact to your testimony here today, correct?
Yes.
All right. And tell us what Mint Ventures is all about. Tell us what this location is all about.
Okay, well, first, my name is Tim Kane. I've been in the retail cannabis business since the inception of medical cannabis use here in Illinois since 2014. First, building out and operating medical use facilities and then transitioning to adult use later on. My partner and the company's CEO, Sherry Wilson, is a longtime Chicago resident, minority business owner with extensive business experience. Sherry owns and operates actually several businesses here in Chicago in logistics, food manufacturing, and restaurants. She has over 150 employees. 90% of those are folks from disadvantaged areas. Sherry's a true Southsider, and she's been very much involved in bringing up the community ever since she started back in 1985 with her first business. As Nick said, she'd like to be here today, has been present for all of the other activities, but she's not allowed to attend given the surgical procedure that she recently underwent this morning. And
all right, Tim, while we're on the slide, Tim, maybe it's a good idea to talk about the how deliveries are made. We'll just go in different orders because based on what's on the screen. So can you tell the DBA a little bit about what we're seeing here?
You can drive, and then I will. First, let me say that the reason we chose this building is it's a beautiful landmark building, and it fits with our goal of providing. We want to provide a high-end boutique experience to our customers, but most importantly, it's a sturdy facility. It's secure, and it's the only facility I've seen that gives us the opportunity to load and unload, meaning take deliveries, move cash. Everything we do is going to happen in secure areas underneath the building. There'll be no street side deliveries or cash movement. But so what you see here, this actually is a very specific drawing. If we could probably page to another spot, but what you're looking at there is a very small section of the underground parking that's being secured. We'll have a space for a delivery van to enter the building, move into a secured space, and then load and unload into a dumbwaiter, which would go straight up into our space on the first floor of the building.
All right, and that access for that garage, that underground garage, that's off Milwaukee, correct?
If you look at the top of that drawing, around off of Milwaukee, you enter through a garage door, turn left, you'll move in through a second garage door, and then drive over to the secured space that you see with the red box in the lower left-hand corner, at which point nobody can, other than authorized personnel, can access that space. And again, the materials go straight from the truck into the building via a dumbwaiter or a small elevator that goes up to the first floor.
And if we could go to the next slide, please. So then if you want, this is the dumbwaiter location that's on the first floor, but this is the ground level plan gives a good idea of the customer queuing that we want to be talking about. So if you want to explain to the zoning
sort
board.
of. Yeah, that part's a little tough to see, but to specify, the dumbwaiter there goes directly into the day storage area. The lower half of this particular drawing is customer space, and the entire upper half is secured back office area where all of the materials are during the day. No customers can have access to that, and no product is out in the customer areas. But if Nick, do we have the blue slide from before, or is this the only one we've got for flow?
There might be one more that's of the site plan. It should be the next.
No, let's stay on that one because, yeah.
Yeah, let's go back to that one, the other one. There we go. In the lower right-hand corner, you'll see the first entrance. First of all, we occupy half of the first floor of the building. It would be the north half towards the large smokestack, which you can see in the white at the end of the building. But all of the customers will enter in the lower right-hand corner into a vestibule and waiting area where their IDs will be checked prior to their ability to go into the store space itself. We have space for almost 30 people. If we modify the kiosk a little bit, we can put even more. We have no anticipation that anybody would ever be waiting outside the store at any time. So they'd go in through the lower right-hand corner. Their IDs will be checked at the kiosk, and then they would make a left into the customer space, which is expansive. This is a 6,000 square foot space with over 3,000 square foot of it is going to be the customer areas. No product, by the way, is ever in that area, but you do have examples of packaging, and we'll have salespeople on the floor who will help to educate people that need that help. They can do that either on the floor or on the far left-hand side. If people need a more consultative experience or a private experience, they can move into a consultation room and have discussions as to what their needs might be there.
Okay, Tim, how about the online ordering? Do you guys do pre-orders? We heard the last group talk about that.
Yes, my experience is that over half, probably 60% of the orders will be made via a website online. They can order securely. The order will be ready for them. So their movement would be in through ID check and straight to a POS station where they will receive their order and then exit the building soon after.
And then with respect to security, you also have a private security contractor, is that right? That'll be hired?
We do. Stateside Security Group run by Richard Wooten is our selected vendor. Mr. Wooten is a longtime Chicago or a former Chicago policeman. He has very solid contacts both with the Chicago Police Department and the state of Illinois. He's done quite a bit of this business. We're very happy to have him.
All right, and then after the build out, if we were so lucky to obtain a special use permit and a building permit, and once the build out was complete, the state would then have to come and do an inspection to authorize the business to start sales. Is that correct?
That's correct. Both from an operational standpoint, but from a security standpoint. As you know, the state specifies a very strict set of requirements for us from a security standpoint. All of that has to be adhered to and checked off by the state prior to us beginning operations.
Okay, thank you, Tim. If I could next call, maybe Mr. Chairman, I'll just call all my witnesses and then the ZBA can question, or if they want to question each witness, it's up to your honor.
Yeah, sorry. One question that comes to mind based off of things that Mr. Kane was saying, obviously, you know, we're familiar with this central location of this proposed dispensary. What will you do at certain times of the year that we can think of where this area in particular gets so packed with potential overspill outside of the building?
Again, we have significant room on the inside of the building to handle any queue that we would have, but we can also move. If you look at the lower right-hand corner, when people come up from the bottom and into the left, we have additional waiting ability just to the left there that we can, once we check IDs, we can have additional lines available in there. Our capacity
How
is
like the hypothetical though, where there isn't room. Like I'm thinking Lollapalooza, this area is just packed with people coming in from the suburbs. Some suburbs might not have dispensaries. There's only so much room in the building. So I'm just wondering what the security plan is when that occurs.
Well, we have on-site security 24 hours a day. So we will have manned, humans available for that activity. If we need one outdoor and one indoor simultaneously, we will do that and they could manage lines from there.
Okay, any other questions from the board for Mr. Kane? Okay, Counselor, keep going.
All right, Hide, if you could talk to us just a little bit about your building here that Structured Development owns and your relationship with Mint, and just try to give a summary so that we can be mindful of the ZBA's time.
Yes, thank you very much for having us. Hide Kashima, Senior Program Director with Structured Development. We purchased this building back in 2005, converted this historic building into a mixed-use commercial building. It's 3 levels. All together is about 30,000 square feet. Currently, it's broken up into 6 spaces. We do have a bar restaurant on the ground floor, a physical therapist, event production and creative media company, architect, and then we also take a portion of this office space here as our headquarters. The vacant space that we're talking about is at the ground floor. It's about 6,000 square feet, and there is a below grade garage for about 25 parking spaces. One thing to note, this is a TOD location. We are right adjacent to the Clinton CTA Green Line, Pink Line stop. We're also just north of Ogilvy for the Metro train station, and plenty of bike access as well as cars. So great location. This was registered in the National Register of Historic Places and also a Chicago landmark building. We know Mint Ventures through a transaction. We sold them a building down on the south side a few years ago, and then also we are doing a lease with them for industrial space down on 95th and Cottage Grove for a cannabis growth facility. And that is who we are in this building.
Great, thanks, Hide. And then we have Yoa, if you want to come off mute. You were provided with an affidavit that was included in the findings of fact, right, Yoa?
Yes.
And you adopt and incorporate that testimony from the affidavit here today?
Yes.
And the testimony in that affidavit was true and correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And then you helped, these were some of the plans that you helped prepare, is that right, that we've been seeing on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with this building?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it. All we need from you, unfortunately, Yoa. Just wanted to get you in there and get you out of here, but stay on the line in case there are any questions for you.
We'll do.
All right. And then we have Mr. Ryan, if you want to come off mute, looks like you're already off mute. You prepared you were provided with an affidavit as well for those findings of fact that were just mentioned?
Correct.
And you adopt and incorporate that testimony from the affidavit to your testimony here today?
Yes.
And that testimony in the affidavit was true and correct?
It's correct, yes.
And you prepared, in that affidavit, you talked about a report that you prepared, right?
Yes.
And what were the summary and conclusions from that report?
Well, I examined each of the criteria required for this board to grant the special use, discussed them individually, and found that this use would meet all of the criteria.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ryan. Last but not least, we have Mr. Peter Lemon. Mr. Lemon, you were provided with an affidavit that was included in our findings of fact, correct?
Correct.
And that testimony in the affidavit was true and correct?
Correct.
You adopt and incorporate the testimony from that affidavit to your testimony here today?
Yep, correct.
Your briefly describe your background, including your education, your job experience as a civil engineer.
Sure. So my background is been practicing as a transportation engineer for the past 24 years in the city of Chicago and the surrounding area. My degree is in civil engineering from Purdue University. We do a variety of both public and private sector work, including development applications such as this.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to tender Mr. Lemon as an expert in civil engineering and transportation engineering.
Yeah, to the extent applicable for this matter in particular, we can do that.
Okay, Mr. Lemon, have you visited this property?
I have, yes.
And did you prepare a report following your visit to this property?
Yes, we did.
Did we freeze? Did Counselor freeze? Just to confirm, can people still hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
All right. Looks like I dropped off. So
There we go. We got you.
I take back my comments about liking online meetings in Zoom. So Mr. Lemon,
Yeah.
I don't know if I went over this with you. You were provided an affidavit that was included in our findings of fact.
Correct. Yep.
That was true and correct in that affidavit.
Yes.
You adopt that testimony from your affidavit to your testimony here today.
Yes, I do.
And you prepared a report that was attached to the affidavit and the findings of fact, correct?
Correct.
And can you briefly summarize that report and the conclusions therefrom?
Sure. So a couple of the key points. I mean, the site is clearly in a very walkable and transit-oriented, transit-served location. Walking is significantly the most prevalent mode of transportation in the area. While we don't necessarily expect people to take transit to get to and from the site direct, as their primary destination, that is possible. It's also very close for people walking to and from adjacent train stations. As Mr. Kashima pointed out, the Clinton Street Green and Pink Line station, as well as Ogilvy Transportation Center. We did look at the site considering the multimodal characteristics of the neighborhood, the level of traffic that it would be generated, and concluded that based on those and the existing transportation conditions in the area, that the site would not have a significant negative impact on traffic in the area. We also looked at parking in the nearby locations. There's just under 100 spaces on street, public on street parking within a block of the site. Additionally, there's just over 240 spaces within about a block and a half south of the site between two different public parking locations. And our conclusions were that the site would not have a significant impact on the surrounding intersections.
Okay, and if there aren't any questions, stay on the line, Peter, to the extent there are any questions, but I know you want to probably want to get to the Purdue basketball game.
Hoping so.
Even though they're my rival.
It's probably gonna be their only one. So
yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
One question that comes to mind as we talk about this, and sorry if you touched on it already, what's the timing like for deliveries? Especially in a location like this, and if you could go more in depth on what the delivery process will be like here.
Is that one for me?
Yep.
Okay, deliveries will take place during the day. We don't anticipate more than 3 deliveries in a day. Again, they'll be coming in off of Milwaukee in a van. I don't know if you've seen the secured vans that the transporters use, but it's really just like a large panel van. And those will go in underground into our space. They'll be on site for approximately 15 minutes. They have to be let in, verified, and there's some paperwork to do with each delivery. So that space would be unavailable to another delivery, but he'll be in and out between 15 and 20 minutes on delivery day. We know when they're coming, and we also have additional control over it in that Sherry Wilson is a licensed transporter, and we intend to control most of our transport other than things that might be coming from the southern end of the state.
Okay, that's helpful. And Counselor, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It just came to mind because of thinking of with the traffic as well. I guess one question in light of that, understanding that Sherry will be the transporter.
In most in most cases,
So
yes.
what's the variable with the southern end of the state?
Well, there's other than the craft grows, which will be there, there's 20 commercial growers, and as a dispensary, we're going to be providing products not only that we grow but also from other places. For example, IESO grows in Carbondale, and it wouldn't be practical for us to go to Carbondale to pick up that product and then come back to Chicago just so that we could deliver in our own trucks. They're moving product from the south end of the state up to dispensaries now. So in those kinds of cases, we'd absolutely have them delivering to us in their licensed vans. However, in Elk Grove, for example, or Rochelle, if we were to be using those products, we would probably pick those up on our own. It's strictly, it's strictly from a practical standpoint, there's mileage.
And Mr. Chairman, what Mr. Kane is referring to is that 9933 South Cottage Grove, we had that approved by the zoning board in, I think it was July of last year, for a craft grow and a infuser license. So I think the intent was that a lot of the product could be grown there and delivered through Miss Wilson's delivery company in the vans from that location to this location. So a Chicago, a full cycle of Chicago cannabis grow and sale, a pretty unique circumstance.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right, questions from the board. Counselor, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're to the point where we can take general questions from the board, right?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, any questions from board members?
I just have one question. It's one of my most often asked questions. You did meet with the alderman. You went very deep on that. And you said you had community meetings, but you didn't say who the community groups were. You said West Loop, you said community meetings. I know there's a lot of active community groups in this part of town. Could you tell me the name of the groups that you met with?
Yeah, we met with Null, Neighbors of West Loop. And then we met with the two associations that are adjacent to the site. I think that's the Clinton Street Lofts. Hide, can you help me out?
Yeah, that's correct. The Clinton Street Lofts Homeowners Association or Condo Association, as well as Fulton Station, which is kitty corner from our site, that condo association as well.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions from the board? Okay, it looks like we have everything we need. Thanks everyone for the thoughtful application findings of fact and responses today. And we will take this under consideration.
Thank you for your time and service.
Yeah,
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very
absolutely.
much.
Enjoy your weekends.
You too.
Thanks, you too.
All right, everyone, that was, I know some of you are in shock, but that was our last matter of the day. So let's convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in this open session. For those of you viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
Vote yes, we're closed. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm a yes as well, so we will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me earlier in the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved. We'll now go into regular voting. I move to approve application for calendar number 46-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 80-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 82-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 83-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 84-22-Z, 85-22-Z, and 86-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 87-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 88-22-Z, 89-22-Z, and 90-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 91-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter's been approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 93-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 94-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 95-22-Z and 96-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 98-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 99-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar number 100-22-Z and 101-22-Z. A second, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 102-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 103-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Recused.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 400-21-S, 401-21-Z, 31-22-S, and 367-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move to approve the written resolution. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's February 18th, 2022 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 47-22-Z, 48-22-Z, 56-22-S, 57-22-Z, 502-21-S, and 503-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. Okay, I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. This is a very unique ZBA meeting that those board members here today have not experienced, I think, ever. Or in quite
No,
some
I
time.
have. Not in this administration, but in the past administration.
And you were born on this board, though. It's different.
Yeah. Well, I just stating the fact.
Anyway,
This is right up there in the top 2 or 3. I'll give you that.
we'll take it when we can get it. So everyone enjoy having an actual Friday, and thank you very much for all your time. ZBA staff, always thank you so much, and we will see everyone next month.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.